Dignitaries seated on the dais, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to you all today here at the 6th edition of FICCI Smart Cities Summit and 4th FICCI Smart Urban Innovation Award ceremony. It gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to the honorable dignitaries who have already taken their seats on the dais. At the outset, may I take this opportunity of requesting you all to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. Over the years, FICCI Smart City Summit has been instrumental in creating an integrated platform between government officials and industry leaders to drive the action plan for urban inclusive development. The Urban Innovation Awards are only testament to the great inspiring work undertaken by industry towards development of smart, safe, and sustainable infrastructure. An award ceremony is a much-awaited event for any organization as position holders and winners eagerly await for the coveted moment. To set the ball rolling, may I first invite Mr. Shailesh Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome.
I'll speak from here if I may. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. This is literally the best panel you can have on urban issues in India. And those who have seen the evolution of the Smart Cities mission right from the beginning, I am also one of them. And I still remember the first Smart Cities concept note that came out in 2014. And thank God we did not implement that because it was so confused. And then we evolved the Smart Cities mission and the entire approach about the Smart Cities plan and the area-based project and the city-wide project and the kind of citizen consultation that we've seen between 2014, 15, 16. And I was very proud to be associated with the first set of 20 winners in the Smart Cities mission, including the number one. So now, instead of giving more background, because I have a very knowledgeable panel here, let me on the audience's behalf ask a few questions to each of the panel members. Right? And we are all here in FICCI, and FICCI is all about the private sector. And the private sector is all about converting ideas into cash flow. I repeat that, the private sector is all about converting ideas into cash flow with a little bit of financing, a little bit of execution. That is what the private sector is. FICCI is not government. God bless the government. But FICCI is all about making a 100 crore company into a 200 crore company in the next 5 years. Yes or no? That is what the private sector is about. And India is not going to become a 5 trillion economy without the private sector being 3x, 4x of what it is today. So our questions are focused on behalf of all of you from the private sector. So the question that I have for Gunjan to start with is, how does his company double its turnover in the urban business in India in the next 5 years? So that's the question I have for you. I'll finish my questions and then other panelists can answer during their term. The question I have for Jagan, who's an old friend, is that Indian cities have sub-adult governments. It's like a 15-year-old will not get a car loan from a bank, but a 30-year-old will. And Indian cities are like that 15-year-old because the parent is the state government. And nowhere in the world are there city governments that are not autonomous. It is largely in India that I have seen this problem. So how do you think that city governments, Jagan, can grow up to be eligible for that car loan? So that's the question for Jagan. The question for Dr. O.P. Agrawal, who's the author of the National Urban Transport Policy, is that we should be moving people, not vehicles. That's what he had written. But why does a taxi going to the airport have to pay more charges than a private car? Isn't that disincentivizing taxis for airport drops and pickups and preferring private cars? And of course, the other question is for Dr. O.P. Agrawal on electric vehicles. And what does he see the future of electric vehicles in India as? The question for Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, who's had long experience in various departments and ministries, is, all cities emerged as water transport based cities across the world and including in India. Lothal, of course, was water based transport. So he's going to talk about Cochin and the inland water transport model of Cochin. But how do we get the inland waterways of India to serve our cities better? For instance, from Varanasi, there was this cruise which went all the way to Dibrugarh, I think. How do we leverage the power of inland waterways in India better? And of course, my guru, Dr. Ramachandran, the question is that all of you in this room, the school that you went to, in the city that you went to, at that time the city was half the size it is today. Yes or no? When you went to school, the city was this big. Now it is double the size. Yes or no? The same city is going to be double its size in the next 20 years. The same city. Whichever city in India we are talking about is going to be double the size in 20 years. And now I'll come back to the private sector and say this huge problem about Indian urbanization is going to be the biggest opportunity for people in this room in the private sector. So Dr. Ramachandran's question, why are we trying to learn from cities that have become mature and have stopped growing, like London and Paris and New York? Why are we not learning from cities that have boomed over the last 3 decades and transformed over the last 50 years, like Seoul and Singapore and similar Asian cities? I think that's a good introduction for the rich panel discussion that's going to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite our co-chairman, Mr. Gunjan Vakharia, to set the context on inclusive, resilient, and sustainable smart cities. Please put your hands together and welcome with an applause.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure as a co-chairman of FICCI Urban Transformation Committee, to invite you all to this 6th edition of Smart Cities Summit and 4th edition of Smart Urban Innovation Awards. As some of you may know, UN projects 68% of the world's population to be living in the urban centers, in the cities, by year 2015. As some of you may know, 70% of CO2 emissions are coming from the cities. 3 million people every week world over moves to the urban areas, to the cities. And that leads to an immense growth of the urban areas within a short period of time. With it, it brings some of the key challenges of our times, the ecological, economical, and social development of the urban areas. It would not be an overstatement to say that how we develop our urban areas, how resilient, inclusive, sustainable they are, that will determine the future of the humankind. At FICCI, we have always aimed at providing a platform for the Indian companies, but also for the international players to come together, to collaborate, to find solutions, to develop roadmaps, and to explore, as Shailesh very well put it, to explore business opportunities, to turn an opportunity into a cash flow. So once again, a warm welcome to you, to all of you, to the 6th edition of Smart Cities Summit. Today, we also celebrate the talent. We celebrate the passion for the innovation. We celebrate the excellence that the participants of this 4th edition of Innovation Awards, that they bring in. Of course, as it's an award ceremony, there'll be some winners. But for us, all the participants are a role model in their own right, trying to bring the change, working on impacting the society in a positive manner. So welcome to you all. And we we look forward to having further interaction and discussions with you. Thank you. Question, you want me to answer right now? Okay. So I think that question, how I aim to, excuse me. Yeah. How we aim to double our turnover in next 5 years. We are a publicly listed company. I'm from Siemens, so I have to be a little bit careful. But let me give you a broader picture. So as you know, India, even today, in the world of aviation industry taking off, so many airlines coming, and by the way also going, India still runs on railway. India still runs on railway, and it is overdue that we modernize our railway infrastructure, but also our rolling stock. For a better passenger experience, many of the European cities are getting rid of flights which are 4 to 6 hours, covering a distance of 4 to 6 hours. India has a commitment of being green, being net zero, and Indian Rail, in fact, has a commitment until 2030 to be net zero, to be carbon neutral. And government has very well recognized that mission, and they're working, I would say, in a fast-paced mode to modernize our rail infrastructure. Let's talk about electrification. 90% of the broad gauge of this country has been electrified, and trust me, this is one of the biggest achievements globally. If I look at Germany, a tiny country when it compares to India, but again a developed country, even 50% of its network is not yet electrified. And you can take examples of many of the European countries. They are still on the way, having half size of Indian Railways network. They are still on the way to electrifying their networks. And getting rid of coal-based transport, getting rid of diesel-based locomotives. This is a key contributor to becoming net zero, at least for the railways. So for my company, it is the mission of Siemens Mobility is to partner, to be preferred partner of Indian Railways in accelerating India's growth to more modern, smarter railways. And I would say when the government's mission and the vision meets with the mission and vision of your company, it becomes reasonably easy to double your growth. We are today in the areas of electrification in metro, but also in mainline. In the metro, we are leading rail electrification India-wide. Many of the cities electrification is being provided by Siemens. Same thing for signaling. We are providing for metro signaling as well as mainline signaling our offerings. We are into rolling stock. In fact, we have just entered into rolling stock area. And we are also in the area of turnkey projects. We'll later talk about city of Pune, the smart city, where how the public-private partnership can do the trick to speed up the development of metros within the cities. Approximately 100 kilometers of metro on an average is being developed India-wide every year. That results into signaling opportunities, electrification opportunities, but also in terms of rolling stock, 100 new metros at minimum every year, at minimum. I would say it ranges between 100 to 500 cars, but let's say on an average 100 cars every year. So that gives us immense opportunities, and the government's drive to modernize rail infrastructure. They have come up with a tenders of around 10 billion euros, in the last few months, 8 to 10 months. One of the tenders has been awarded. In fact, two are awarded. One for locomotive tender for supply of 1,200 locomotives. Government has now moved away from buying, in small chunks to actually doing industrialization of railway when it comes to the procurement strategy. They are procuring 1,200 locomotives from Siemens Mobility, an order worth 26,000 crore Indian rupees, which got finalized within 6 to 7 months. And that shows the pace and the commitment at which the government is working, and of course, which contributes to us, doubling our revenues, hopefully in shorter than 5 years. And yes, and we also see there are tenders for Vande Bharat trains. I'm sure many of you would have heard Vande Bharat trains. There are multiple tenders going on in the area of Vande Bharat trains. Again, another tender, I would say around 30,000 crore Indian rupees has been finalized, awarded to a couple of companies by the Indian Railways. And there are many tenders, there are at least 3 tenders that I know of right now, again worth additional 10 billion euros in the in the book in the planning, which we expect in next couple of months to come out. So I think opportunities are immense. So if I have to summarize, your company's mission, your company's vision has to meet with the needs and the challenges of our times. And if both comes together, there is immense opportunity. And if there is any place, I have lived 20 years in Germany. Instead of taking a flight to New York after 20 years with Siemens, I decided to take a flight to New Delhi because I believed that if there is any place where the growth has to come and where the growth will come, it is India. Not in wildest of my dreams, I expected that I'll win 26,000 crore of a tender in 6 months of landing in India. So again, very happy. Private sector, thank you. Also, FICCI, we are here to provide the platform. So that's my brief answer.
Thank you, Mr. Vakharia. We have in our midst this morning Mr. Jagan Shah, Resident Senior Fellow, Earth Global, and Director, Earth Center for Emerging Cities, former Director, NIUA. May I now request Mr. Shah to kindly articulate his thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Shailesh, for that actually very interesting question. I've been very fortunate to have had Shailesh as a friend and guide and associate since we started working on the Smart Cities mission in 2014. In fact, he gave us one of the most compelling images of what kind of outcomes we should try and achieve in the smart cities of the country, in fact, in all cities of the country. And I remember him telling me that a smart city would be a city where a 6 or 7 year old child can walk to school safely without having guards and parents and such like to help them. It was a very compelling vision. After that, we also, Sri Venkaiah Naidu also helped us launch the idea of child-friendly smart cities, and clearly smart cities have to be for the next generation. So Shailesh, thank you very much for giving us that very compelling image. We haven't got there yet. Clearly we haven't, but I believe that now hopefully Shailesh in his new role will also help us achieve those child-friendly cities. I'm going to try and answer Shailesh's question quite directly. I think if our cities, which are currently sub-adult cities or governments, have to grow up to a point where they can get a car loan, I have a few suggestions. One, of course, is that we should definitely, these cities need to demonstrate the ability to implement projects, because clearly that's a good way in which a child and adolescent can demonstrate to his or her parent that they are mature enough to get on in life, and that's the first step to achieving some kind of credit from the banking industry. So first and foremost, I would advise these cities to demonstrate the ability to implement something, to do something, to stand in the world and actually implement projects. That's one good way. The second is to choose wisely. In fact, choose not to get a car loan. Maybe use the down payment amount to start a new enterprise. Maybe take shares in a public transport company, maybe the kind of company that Gunjan's company might actually be supporting. So become an entrepreneur. Use daddy's car, use daddy's garage maybe to start that new enterprise, but choose wisely. Because clearly these cities will have to think about the next generation. And I think that's a sign of maturity as well, to think of the future. I think as a parent, and I'm a parent as well with 2 children, I look for those signs in my children. Are they thinking about the future at all? So cities should really think about that, think of sustainability, choose wisely their technologies, choose the partners they make, choose their industry partners very well. And with that, actually become the mature young adults that can attract the investment and attract the trust and confidence that higher levels of government will put in them. This is not to say that cities today are not fully equipped. It's only that these are very small numbers. And one of the key intentions of the Smart Cities mission was to discover which are the cities out of these 4,041 cities that actually have what it takes to become lighthouses, to become the agents of change. Not many people know why the Smart City mission logo is a butterfly. It was designed by the Honorable Prime Minister himself. it was meant to remind people of the butterfly effect. And the butterfly effect is basically that if I tap on the table here, the sound or the vibration will reach 10 kilometers away. The idea of replicability, the idea of achieving scale through creating a few lighthouses, a few best practices and examples. And that's what the FICCI Smart City Awards also actually does and has been doing for several years, which is to identify excellent examples of how companies, industries, businesses can actually create examples that others can replicate or can be replicated by them in other locations and geographies. So clearly our biggest challenge is scale. And the Smart Cities mission was one of the ways in which the government thought of a disruptive solution for how to achieve scale in the urban sector in the country. So we must actually acknowledge the importance, therefore, of an organization like FICCI. And I hope Shailesh, with his leadership role, will actually leverage the federation effect, the idea that you have a footprint across India, to promote, advocate for smart solutions and actually help scale these up. I think the expectation that a lot of Indian citizens have had that, we will become smart over a few years was clearly an unreasonable expectation, and I don't think the government set out to feed that expectation. But having said that, I think it's been already 7 years of the mission, and I think by the time we finish a decade of having embarked on building smart cities, we should certainly be able to show to the citizens and also to elected representatives and local businesses that these ideas that have been identified, these transportation solutions, these healthcare solutions, surprisingly, the Smart Cities mission for the first time took up even public health as a subject, which normally urban missions would not take up. It took up issues to do with education. It took up issues to do with safety and security. So we've got to demonstrate that we can scale this. And I think the Federation can be the key agent of actually helping to scale the solutions, some of which we will recognize today. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick announcement. So thank you very much for those excellent answers from the private sector as well as from the urbanism community. So here's the thing, FICCI as the federation met top government officials, and they said, what are the problems plaguing or holding back the private sector? And today, with 9 years of the government being celebrated, we said actually one problem is that a lot of Indian talent, and Gunjan is welcome to come back from Germany to India, but a lot of Indian talent is saying, especially people who are between 30 and 45, that the quality of life in Indian cities is so horrible that I would much rather bring up my kids in London and Singapore and Dubai and Toronto and Frankfurt. And we are losing talent. The private sector is losing talent. I don't know whether it's happened in your family, but a lot of people have said this to me. And therefore, what FICCI is going to do in the next 6 months, and this is in collaboration with the Government of India, Department of Economic Affairs and others, is that the top 7 cities of India, FICCI as the federation, will have special consultations on how to make that city a better city to do business in. And as all of you know, the top 7 cities of India, people talk about diversity, the top 7 cities of India speak 7 different languages. Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, 7 different languages. And these are the 7 cities where we will work with the local members of FICCI, the local businesses, the local stakeholders in the city government, as well as our friends from the Government of India. And we will organize 7 different consultations on how to make that city more business friendly. Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for your thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Pathak, for those comments. We now move on to our next speaker, Our next esteemed speaker is Dr. O.P. Agarwal, Advisor, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and former CEO, World Resources Institute. May I now request Dr. Agarwal to kindly share his thoughts.
Thanks very much. Fascinating questions, fascinating discussion so far. But let me give you a few of my quick thoughts on where I see cities. Frankly, the JNNURM in 2005 and the Smart Cities Mission in 2015, I think were two very powerful messages of a policy change in the country. The earlier policy was look after the rural areas, people won't move to urban areas. That really was the philosophy earlier. But these two programs really said that, look, urbanization is irreversible. It will happen, come what may. That was the message I got from these two programs. And why are cities so critical for us today? One, as Sailesh very rightly said, the population in the next 30 years is going to double. Next 25, 30 years is going to double. Think of it this way. When your children reach your age, the urban population of the country is going to be double. That means in those 30 years, we'll add as many people to urban India as we've added from the beginning of civilization. It's a kind of tsunami that is taking place. And how people are going to live here, how they're going to be taken care of here is going to be fundamental. Second, we've articulated this ambition of becoming a $10 trillion economy. There are also some talk about a $30 trillion economy by 2050 or something. Many have told me this is very ambitious, but I think this is the kind of ambition we must have. That's where India's strength is. We must have that. But if that is to happen, cities have to not only accommodate that growth.
Excuse me, volume.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Cities must not only accommodate that growth, cities must enable that growth. And this really is, in a way, I'm trying to refer to Sailesh's question about how do cities allow the private sector to double or quadruple their earnings? We have to get the cities to be able to enable that kind of growth. It's very important. Next, India has committed to a steep reduction in their greenhouse gas emissions. Most of the future growth in GHG emissions will happen in cities. So how cities grow and yet sustainability is going to be a challenge that cities are going to face, and they have to be equipped to be able to do that. Then what COVID told us is cities are about density. And what COVID showed us is that density allows viruses to spread faster. Now, what can we do to manage densities in such a way that this kind of spread also doesn't happen so fast? I mean, these are trade-offs. Density, potential for risk. Low density, you're really not getting the agglomeration benefits that you're looking for in a city. So these are some of the challenges that cities are going to face. Now, I think this is where the concept of smart cities comes in. If cities are smart, they'll know how to handle this. Remember another thing, India is also a hugely resource-constrained country. With 18% of the world's population, we have only 2.5% of the world's landmass and only 4% of the world's fresh water. So resources are another constraint which we have to manage as cities grow. So this is really what I see as the element of smartness. How are we smart in resource constraint, managing resource constraints, managing densities, enabling economic growth? Technology is only an instrument to do that. What we have to be careful is not use technology as an end in itself. I've often said that those who want to use technology to look smart are not smart. But those who use technology to deliver on services smartly are smart. That's something that we should really be careful about. Coming to the questions, private cars don't have to pay, taxis have to pay. It should actually be the other way around. Now, my guess is taxis are being charged because there is a private operator who has to also earn some money, earn his revenues to be able to make up for the investments that have been made. But charge it from the private car, why from the taxi? I think it should be exactly the opposite. And this is something that, the National Urban Transport Policy clearly says that shared vehicles, public transport is the priority that we should be using. As far as EVs are concerned, I think EVs are the future, let's face it. But the question I would, or the point I would make here is, India doesn't have to copy what the West is doing in terms of what we electrify. The West is looking at what share of vehicles has moved to electric. I think in India we should be looking at what share of vehicle miles have moved to electric. So electrify public transport, electrify shared vehicles. There's no point of giving me a subsidy for getting an electric vehicle because I drive only 20 kilometers in a day. There's no public benefit coming out of that. But look at taxis, look at buses, look at urban freight vehicles, look at suburban vehicles. This is where we should be looking at electrification. India's electrification is going to be largely that category of vehicles. So this is broadly what I wanted to say, and I think the Smart Cities mission or the Smart Cities program is really about trying to get our cities to be smart and accommodate the kind of needs that the country is going to have in future. Let me leave it to that.
Thank you, Dr. Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we warmly welcome in our midst Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Chairman, National Shipping Board. May I now request him to kindly articulate his thoughts.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Pathak, for an interesting set of questions and the enlightened replies we got from the esteemed panelists. At the outset, we all know that Smart City project has had a number of breakthroughs. But when it comes to urban transport, there are still challenges remain in terms of the policy distortion of the charges we levy on taxis vis-a-vis the private vehicles, the problems of congestion, the move to make it green as the shift from roads to rail and metros is happening. But going forward, my take on the problem is that we got to go greener. And if we look at how things were done traditionally, if we try to go back in what we used to do, there are a whole host of opportunities that open up, which makes the transition to a green and a greener urban mobility future possible. The Cochin Water Metro project, which was recently launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, where the Cochin Metro tied up with the government of Kerala and tried to harness the potential of the backwaters of Kerala to have a seamless integrated transport solution for Cochin put together. The challenge of urban transport that we have is that we all operate in independent verticals. The roadways, the buses, the metro system, they have their own timetable, their own ticketing arrangement, and therefore an integrated kind of a solution which works in some of the other cities where you have metropolitan transport systems where the same ticket works across the board, I think will make it easier for the commuters, and the shift from private vehicles to public transport, which is what is essentially required to take the load off our cities. While we have gone big and have world-class connectivity when it comes to intercity roads and infrastructure, the intracity movement becomes a challenge because whatever we do, thanks to our growth and our population increase, it tends to get congested. The flyovers that we make tend to be outdone every 5 years. So the move from private to public mode, which is greener, and the Cochin Water Metro is a classic case where they've been able to put a seamless system of having stations which are multimodal. It's co-located. The water metro, the metro station, the bus depot are all co-located with the same ticket working across all the modes. The timetables are so modulated, the command control systems ensure that the same passenger is able to get the next mode without waiting for half an hour or moving long distance. So that is what the future is and should be. And the metro project, thanks to the kind of efforts which the railways and the others are doing, if you're able to have a similar kind of a thing adopted for other locations where there are waterfronts, be it our rivers, be it on the shore. Like Cochin, we have in the Maritime India Vision, which was released by the Honorable Prime Minister 2 years back, identified a number of locations where these possibilities exist. On the waterways, as Mr. Pathak mentioned, we have this huge ancient tradition of Lothal dating back to more than 5,000 years. Our civilization along the waterways, be it the Ganges, cities like Varanasi and so on and so forth, The Ghats of Varanasi is a classic case where the waterways were the primary mode of communication with the rest of the world. And of late, we have been able to revive that. And you had a cruise which ran all the way from Varanasi to Dibrugarh, through the Ganges, into Bangladesh, into Brahmaputra, all the way to Dibrugarh. Now, those systems are back in place. Varanasi, for example, now you have boats, motorized boats, which are CNG driven, which run along the ghats instead of people spending endless hours moving through the congested lanes of Varanasi. So that's a solution which is emerging. Cochin Waterways, I mentioned one. Now, thanks to the Jalma Vikas program, which has been running for the last 4 or 5 years, the entire Waterways 1 is fully navigable and up for business. And the waterways, if you're able to link it seamlessly with the urban transport challenges that we have on the cities along the Ganges, be it Varanasi, be it Patna, Bhagalpur, Calcutta. Calcutta is a classic case where moving from Howrah to the other side is a big challenge. If there are jetties which are already there. Unfortunately, the waterway system works independently, the railway system works independently, the buses work independently. And therefore, a person who thinks of taking the waterways has to wait for half an hour, 1 hour to get a jetty for getting across. And he has to go to a ticket counter, buy a ticket for every modal change. If you're able to have it all seamlessly integrated and make it work for the people, instead of using their own car would end up using the public transport. So similarly on NW2, the Brahmaputra, Guwahati, we've been trying to have some pilot kind of a experiment going on. But for people like us to be able to get the urban authorities, the state government and the other agencies to work together and find integrated seamless solutions. Prime Minister Gati Shakti program, multimodal Gati Shakti program is exactly the kind of initiative which is meant to address this kind of a challenge. Make all the agencies work together and evolve an integrated solution which delivers outcomes for the people. And agencies are already working at it. The last mile connectivity challenges which used to exist at various locations, connecting the metro to the airport and so on and so forth, I think people have got down to solving it. And with that kind of initiative coming from the government, there will be new opportunities opening up for private sector to be able to offer solutions for these things. And maybe in the next innovation award that we have awards for people who use waterways as a solution for giving a greener urban transport solution. He talked of a greener transition from road to rail. It may be green, but waterways compared to, say, the road transport is 6 times more energy efficient and certainly far less polluting. It is twice as more energy efficient than rail. We all know it, and that's what the tradition was. And therefore, if we talk of a more efficient, more greener kind of a transition, which works for the people, it is the waterways, and there are locations where it's feasible. There have been successes which are happening. We got to replicate it, upscale it, and make it integral to the urban, integrated urban transport solutions they're working on. And maybe next year we have some awards for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjan. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on now to the most exciting part of the inaugural session, it is time for the award ceremony. We will begin with the process of identification of winners for each of the categories and distribution of trophies and certificates. FICCI has constituted these awards to acknowledge and recognize organizations which have made notable contributions in developing innovative and scalable urban projects. EY is our knowledge partner for this initiative. FICCI would like to take this opportunity to thank the grand jury members for their time during their very detailed deliberations in identifying the winners. We thank Dr. M. Ramachandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, who is our esteemed jury chair. We thank Dr. O.P. Agarwal, Advisor, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and former CEO, World Resources Institute. Our thanks to you, sir. Mr. Jagan Shah, Resident Senior Fellow, Earth Global and Director, Earth Center for Emerging Cities, former Director, NIUA. A big thanks to you, sir. We formally thank Mr. Kailash Babar, Senior Assistant Editor, The Economic Times. A big thanks to the grand jury members. Well, if you notice, To make the process transparent and content rich, we have engaged with a former senior bureaucrat from the sector, former CEO of a global organization, a senior expert in urban development policy and practice, and a reputed media house to minutely examine all the applications and finalize the winners. Meanwhile, may I now invite Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Partner, Technology Consulting, Government and Public Sector, Ernst & Young LLP, to come on the dais and brief the audience about the evaluation process. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And before I start, I must thank the industry for the huge participation we had, and to the jury for the collective wisdom, their guidance to us into the entire process. We received 66 nominations across 11 categories this year. Those of you who have been following the awards over the last 4 years or so would have noticed some changes in categories, because we wanted to make those categories very relevant to the way urban development is happening in the country, the way things are being moved, and the way states are moving forward. The newest category, to our surprise and I'll say to our happiness, on green building, which is a very topical subject today, received the highest number of nominations, which is 13, followed by green mobility, smart mobility. The nominations received from 66 industry participants were screened initially for adequacy of data, for appropriateness of a category, for sufficiency of evidence, for enough understanding about the project's completion status, etc. Post that, a discussion was held with jury. The details were presented to the jury. Jury went through the various aspects very, very minutely. Jury went through the entire set of nominations, received the information. Deliberations were held. Additional data points were noted down, and additional information was sought from the industry participants. So nominees here would understand the process which I'm saying, just sharing for the larger benefit. Post receiving the second round of inputs, we had a second jury round, wherein jury again went through the entire set of information received. A structured framework was used, wherein we laid a lot of emphasis on the outcomes. Apart from what is being presented, what outcomes have been achieved by those projects, what has been the on-ground impact in terms of quality of life, impact in terms of economic development, impact in terms of employment generation, the inputs which went into the project, what innovation has been done over there, what are the transformative elements, what technology transformation has been talked about, replicability, scalability, and various other factors. So basis this, jury assessed, created a ranking order. There was a scoring, but I think scoring was more to create a ranking. So while most of the nominations, so probably all, were very exciting, very different kind of nominations, some were about similar to last year, but maybe they had achieved some incremental changes over there. But out of that, jury ranked some nominations to be having higher impact, having better innovation, or more transformative elements over there, and we shall shortly see that. Before I step down, I must thank FICCI for this Continued Knowledge Association that we have with FICCI. I must thank Neerja, Shelly, and the entire FICCI team for working back with us. And I must thank my own team, led by Ankur, Ankit, and Himanshu Jaina, who helped us in putting all this in together. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the winner. And thank you so much for all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to inform this August gathering that the Smart Urban Innovation Awards has received an overwhelming response. It is noteworthy to acknowledge some of the initiatives taken by industry players towards building smarter and sustainable cities. So let's celebrate their achievements and let's present these awards. May I request Dr. M. Ramachandran to kindly join us center stage, front and center, to kindly give away these awards, the Honorable Chief Guest. We begin with our first category, that is smart infrastructure, for which the jury evaluated various nominations, and while it took a lot of deliberations to eventually decide the winner, the award for smart infrastructure goes to Tata Power, that focuses on building a smart EV charging ecosystems. Big congratulations. May I request a representative of Tata Power to please join us on stage? Moving on to second category, that is sustainable cities. The award goes to Sustainable Cities. The award goes to Model Economic Township Limited for its project, the Reliance Met City, that focuses on bringing urban planning, smart solutions, and tech-oriented amenities under one umbrella. Heartiest congratulations. The award for third category, that is affordable urban housing, goes to Larsen & Toubro Limited for the project on SIDCO Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Housing Package 4 in Maharashtra, which focuses on working on ultra-rapid construction to offer a fitting solution for India's mass housing needs by 2030. Heartiest congratulations, Larsen & Toubro Limited. The award for the fourth category, that is green buildings, goes to Nirlawn Limited for the project Nirlawn Knowledge Park in Maharashtra, which aims to provide international quality, sustainable development and create buildings which are thoughtfully located to create an ambience of an urban oasis. Heartiest congratulations. Moving on to fifth category, that is smart water. The award goes to Darashaw and Company Private Limited for the project focusing on providing 24/7 water supply to ABD area along the smart water meters and SCADA systems in Agra. Heartiest congratulations. We now move on to sixth category, that is smart mobility. This has turned out to be one of the most special categories this year, as for the first time we have joint winners for this award. The first winner is Brihan Mumbai Electric Supply and Transport Undertaking for its project on transformation towards progressive mobility. For its project on transformation towards progressive mobility, the second winner is Yulu Bikes Private Limited for their project Electric Mobility as a Service. Many congratulations to both the companies, both Best and Yulu Bikes. Heartiest congratulations to you all. Your efforts towards smart mobility will certainly go a long way in making Indian cities resilient and self-sustainable. The award for the seventh category, that is Smart Solid Waste Management, goes to Nepra Resource Management Private Limited for the project involved in end-to-end city-level smart waste management model. Many congratulations. The award for the eighth category, that is Smart Health, goes to Darashaw and Company Private Limited for the establishment of smart health centers on PPP basis. Many congratulations, Darashaw and Company Limited, for another proud moment. This is a proud achievement indeed. The award for our ninth category, that is Disruptive Solutions, goes to Karma Ecotech Private Limited, that has created a digital marketplace that offers plastic waste management services, waste commodity trading and technology consulting services. Many congratulations. Moving on to our next category of awards for the day, the 10th one, that is City Safety Disaster Management Emergency Response. Ladies and gentlemen, please note, we do not have a winner award for this category, but a proud jury mention, which is being presented as a token of appreciation to keep putting in the efforts and making worthwhile contributions in the sector. The jury has mentioned Larsen & Toubro Technology Services Limited for flood simulation and forecast solutions for its Pune Smart City project. Heartiest congratulations, Larsen & Toubro Technology Services Limited. As many of you might be rightfully wondering about the 11th category that was decided to be cyber security and data privacy, I would like to announce that jury has decided to skip this category due to a lack of sufficient and relevant nominations. FICCI supports a healthy competition between our industry players. We request you not to be disheartened, as the invitation to return next year is always open. A big round of applause and congratulations to all the proud winners. It gives me great pleasure to request Dr. M. Ramachandran to kindly deliver the keynote address. Please welcome with a huge round of applause.
Thank you, and thank you, Shailesh. In your new avatar, this is the first meeting I'm having with you, and it's a very enlightened dais plus an enlightened audience here. Thank you all. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me. As mentioned here, the award process, the Vikas has given you details as to how we went through it. But I must say that this is a very unique initiative which FICCI undertakes every year, and this is the fourth Smart Urban Awards function. I understand 11 categories, quite a number of categories, and there is opportunity available. We got 66 entries. I hope it becomes more than 66 in the coming year or coming years, if there are 2 years left for the mission still to conclude. And as Vikas mentioned, what is little bit missing is the information which you make available. So if you all pay attention to that, I think there will be more competition, and there could probably be more awards also, which would make a lot of difference. What we kept in view as jury is what are the impacts, what are the benefits which have flowed out of these projects which have been taken up, and how it has affected or made life different for the ordinary people who are residents of cities. Also, what technological interventions have been taken up, and how unique are they and how meaningful are they as far as our cities are concerned. I don't have to say anything more on that. On the Smart Cities mission, we all know that it's a transformational and innovative mission to bring about a paradigm change as far as the practice of urban development is concerned. Launched in 2015, I think it will come to an end sometime in the middle of next year. Planned for 5 years, now extended by another 3 years. There was a reference to how the mission itself got formulated. I must also make a brief reference to the opportunity I had when the then Minister for Urban Development, Mr. M. Venkaiah Naidu, had invited me for discussions before structuring the missions, particularly based on I belong to a little bit older generation of the first flagship mission of the urban Jawaharlal Nehru mission, which I had the privilege of steering for 4 years, the peak period. So there were certain lessons learned from implementing that mission. He was very particular to listen to what were the experiences and what could be improved. If I remember correct, I focused on 2 points. One is the implementation mechanism, because I had experienced any number of occasions when cities which were really to come up with projects, they had a complex process, and cities really were not empowered to get project repairs prepared in minimum amount of time. And Shailesh, that's one of the points. When we talk about cities, cities still do not have the capacity to do very many things. How can that be changed? That's a challenge which is still before us, which we talked about during those years also, and 10 years, 12 years down the line, we still have that problem. So that was the implementation capacity of the cities. So a change was brought about because with an SPV, it was thought that it will be easier to take up projects and get them implemented. There has been criticism as far as the SPV process is concerned. Some thought that the elected mayors in the system have been kept out of the whole scheme of things, but it's not really so. But I think that's a different mechanism which has been brought in as far as ensuring better implementation is concerned. That's one. The other is the first flagship program, the Jawaharlal Nehru Mission, had something like 23 reforms, which I thought was a bit huge agenda for cities to take up and states to take up within a limited period of 5 years or so. So the focus on reforms got slightly reduced because a huge agenda cannot be implemented. And I think states and cities become veterans as far as trying to tell the ministry about the implementation of the reforms. I live in a city now where the provision regarding constitution of Metropolitan Planning Committee has been implemented by the state or brought into the legislation by the state in 1995 itself. But I didn't see an MPC functioning in any of the metropolitan cities or the focus cities which were taken up. So they made a provision, but they did not implement it because there were ideological issues. And wherever the Metropolitan Planning Committee has been formed, we know how functional they are or how active they are, including, just making a reference to the Metropolitan Planning Committee for a city like Kolkata or Mumbai. So there is the intention, but whether the intention really gets converted into actual action, that is where something still seems to be lacking. So these were the 2 points which were emphasized. Citizen participation is something which I think was focused on as far as the smart city plan formulation is concerned. The ministry talks about some 12.5 million people who have been engaged during this preparation. That is something good. The smart city plan itself was supposed to emerge out of suggestions from people living in the cities. So we have moved one step forward. Rather than having superimposed projects and programs, there was an opportunity available. It's a question of how much did the citizen participate, and if he or she participated, how much has it got reflected. Even when I have opportunities of looking at some of the projects, I tried to focus on this question. What does the smart city plan say? Does this get included in that? But of late, a tendency has come where, since funds are available or funds have to be spent, some project or program has to be taken up. That's where some of the programs which have been referred to here have got taken up. Whether that has a real impact in the form of smartness, that is something which could be a little bit debated. There are some different beginnings which have been made as far as the smart city program, implementation of the program so far is concerned. Something like 1,004 vibrant urban space creation has happened. Now this is something which in the normal course we won't be focusing on because the resources are not there or the inclination is not there. But this mission prompted cities to look at this also, and open spaces, you all agree that is what would be left for us in the future, because everywhere else it is concretization which is taking place. So if you can have it preserved and it can be made use of by people, any category of people, that's a big achievement. Smart roads, cycle tracks, public bike sharing, bus stops developed, all these are development, and even the 100 megawatt solar capacity they are talking about is something unique as far as our cities are concerned. And of course, one would have got tired of listening to this, but there is also talk about the 100 integrated smart command and control centers getting activated, which came in handy during the COVID times. Now the question is how best that can be made a focal point as far as cities' issues, problems are concerned. There are lots of integrations still to take place. My esteemed friend Sanjeev referred to the integration at the city level, and that's where the Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority concept has been advocated. Only 4 states, the southern states of Andhra, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, and Karnataka also, I think, have legislated for having what is called a Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority. And that exactly would be the platform, Sanjeev, where this type of integration should come about. And what you talked about in Cochin is something of an initiative which has been entrusted to the KMRL to take up. So KMRL had the wherewithal and probably the understanding also how the usual metro and water metro should be integrated. They also took some initiatives as far as the bus system, auto systems and all is concerned. OP is privy to some of the new beginnings they have taken up as far as the city is concerned. And you are right, Kolkata could be a very good candidate as far as integration of water metro is concerned. But there is much more work to be done as far as the mobility in the cities is concerned. And the question posed by Shailesh, taking it further, there may not be much space left on roads for our vehicles. So what do we do? People criticize metro. I am, with due regards to my friend OP, I am a champion of metro in the sense that if we make an investment today, it is there for you tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you think about investment in metro, I don't know what is going to happen or where will one find the funds from. So at least something like 27 cities or so are taking up metro today. So that will be one assured means of transport which would be available for us, so that we can be sure about how much time it will take to reach a destination. It's another matter of the network needs to be expanded, how that will happen, where will the money come from, who will take the lead. These are the issues which are still left to be sorted out, and I suppose there are some beginnings as far as that is concerned. So what I'm trying to say is, starting with the first flagship mission, moving on to the smart cities mission, these are all opportunities available to improve living standards in our cities. And I always think of situations minus these missions, what would have happened? Left to state governments only, what would have happened? Where would the resources have come from? Where would the focus have been? And this is becoming increasingly more important in the coming years, as you all mentioned, the population, the urban part of it, and the problems we are facing in our cities. So how do we make sure that the basics are there in our cities? And that is where these types of programs make a difference. And to partly respond to Shailesh's point, I think the industry probably could think in terms of, with the investment already made, beginnings made in the cities, how can we take advantage of that, or how can we leverage it and do further action in the cities? If some cities people have started becoming smart, let us take it forward and let us take it further. Let Wi-Fi not be confined to certain pockets only. How can it be done citywide? Is there a potential for that, for doing that? Mobility, is there something more which can be done? Maybe part depends on the government system or city system. But going beyond that, how can the private sector take up this process and make it meaningful for the cities? I think that's one area where a lot can be thought of and a lot can be done. Moving further, it may be a little bit premature to talk about these things. I think we have conscience keepers like OP and Jagan sitting here, and an organization like yours. It will be good to start looking at what type of impact the mission has made on our cities. I mean, partly you referred to that, the initiative which you would be taking as far as big cities are concerned. I would suggest let it not be confined to the big cities only. Take it to another level of cities also, because our next action is in that level of cities. 10 lakh population minus, less than 10 lakh, or million, less than 1 million. That's where the action has to be. And how can they be prompted to take advantage of this? Now, the recent RBI study talked about the municipal bonds route. It still hasn't taken off except for the very small number of cities. How can cities be prompted to take this up? How can cities first have a rating as far as these types of initiatives are concerned? Cities should not just be looking at the government funding only. How to go beyond that? Sit with industry, sit with partners, and see what can be structured in the larger interest of people and how can that be taken forward. That type of an environment has to come about as a result of all this. Some of the exceptional beginnings made in this, the award process leads to that. I hope this gets publicized and this travels to larger number of cities and towns, that these are the possibilities. The award process should generate that process whereby people come to know that in my city also this is possible, or I can also think in terms of taking up these types of activities. Jagan may remember during our earlier days, NIUI used to circulate the best practices. It should not remain just to circulation only. Circulation should generate the process. I am again reminded of Mr. Venkaiah Naidu's statement which he always used to make. It should generate to a thinking process. And in that thinking process, cities should be able to think in terms of initiatives which are relevant in their particular context. And that partly answers the question you posed. Why do we look at big cities only or global cities only? We do look at those cities just to have an experience or an idea, and I think people travel and try to find out. But to take one or two specific instances, Shailesh, when we talk of a unified arrangement for city transport, what stands out is the London Transport Authority or the Singapore's Land Transport Authority, Transport for London or LTA. These are the two which stand out. I don't know whether some more have come. OP would be able to throw light on that. So we look at that and we have to adapt it to our conditions. That type of beginning is still to happen in our country, and that's important. If that's a point to be flagged for FICCI's consideration also, how to bring about changes in urban mobility. The question which you posed, there are a large number of other similar questions which can be posed, but does the city or whoever is running the system in the city recognize this and take note of this and do it? I don't know whether I'm sure you are all travelers, you would have noticed at the Delhi airport there used to be a system where any vehicle can come and block the 1 or 2 or 3 lanes available. Now they have gone in for a system where certain types of vehicles cannot come into the lane, it has to be parked in the parking area. That's what we do when we travel abroad also, isn't it? We go up to the parking area to find where the vehicle is. So we have to slowly get used to systems like this, and only then the change can really happen. The other point about looking at global examples is, it's not that every time we look at London, New York only, but there are lessons which would emerge out of that. But we also look at, again, OP is here, Bogota. We looked at Bogota. The bus rapid transit system is something which flowed out of the experience of the Latin American countries. They showed it's possible, and it's possible for cities where the population is huge, dense population, it can be taken up, and we made a beginning. Now, whether it takes off further or not, that is something left to us. Some cities have done it. I don't hear of more cities taking it up. There are compulsions, limitations maybe, but that's also an example. Similarly, you mentioned about Seoul. There are such other cities when we look at the Japanese cities, the retrofitting system, the earthquake resistance features, these are all coming from some of those cities, the different types of beginnings. So there are, so it's not that we look at one category only. But what is important is, after looking at this, I always think of colleagues traveling, going to cities, finding out and then coming back, whether that experience gets shared and that experience leads to further action in the cities. That is something which we have to really deliberate on. And the citizen participation arrangement, I think, makes a big difference as far as our city development is concerned. So again, for FICCI's consideration, there are still areas where much more needs to be done. And I don't know whether the type of resource available would become available from a government program only. Probably there could be another mission once this gets completed. But this evaluation process could probably throw light on what good things have happened, what could be improved. And I think that's important for us. And what are the focus areas where we need to take up a lot of work. Proper mobility is one of the areas which we will have to focus on. I think in many cities, people have become conscious of this requirement because water, electricity issues are solved to a certain extent. Similarly, waste management. We still seem to be struggling about managing waste in good number of cities. There are good examples like Indore, and again to respond to your point, Indore is a good example which people want to look at. How did Indore do it as far as waste management is concerned? So there are examples within our country also, but it does not really flow into action as far as many cities are concerned. And I have noticed in some of the cities, waste still lying around. Most of us traveling would have noticed that. So it's not enough, because for again a government system or a committee system as far as the municipal bodies are concerned, it becomes a little difficult to take this type of initiative. So again, if there are veterans who have worked in the area, there are some in Gujarat I remember, and if they can come and give solutions to city-specific solutions, it should be possible for the local body or whoever is doing the mission there to take up further action so that cities really become clean. Water logging is another issue which our cities face. Day in and day out, every year there are discussions. We forget after the water logging is over, and then we are back to the same old situation. What needs to be done, which would really make a difference? We provide for drains, but do drains really serve the purpose? Who is responsible for cleaning the drains? There are issues like this at the city end. Disaster preparedness would be another key area. Air pollution in related areas, at the city level, there is not much consciousness as far as these issues are concerned. So how best that can be localized at the city level, that also becomes important. So these are some of the areas. So flowing from the mission process, taking off from the awards process, since you asked us some questions, I would leave some of these points for your thoughts, Shailesh. And with the type of dynamism you have and which you carry wherever you go. I suppose this should be possible. We have to enter into a regime and area where it's just not left to the governments only. The private or enlightened participation comes in, and there is a dialogue with the city, and the city is confident to take that up and take it forward. That should be possible, and that should be one way in which we will bring in the elected leadership into the scheme of things. Now, you asked the question about whether the elected leadership has really got empowered. It will take some more time as I see it. And till then, we cannot afford to wait. We have to make things happen in our cities, and for that to happen, the cities are looking for other avenues, other collaborations, other methods of working together. So if you could take this forward from the 7 cities to maybe another 20 or 30 or so middle level, and that would make a big difference. And with the type of participation I see here and the projects which have been taken up, which really competed for being recognized at the national level, there is potential in our country to do much, much more. Thank you, Fiki, for this invitation. Thank you, Shailesh, and thank you all of you for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran, for encouraging us with your words and your gracious presence here today. May I request Deputy Secretary General FICCI, Mr. Madhav Majumdar, to please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I get into the vote of thanks, let me just share 2 random thoughts. Of course, I will not make a speech, I can assure you. When I was listening to these thoughtful deliberations and all those pearls of wisdom, I also thought about the business opportunities. And as we understand, biggest urbanization drive after India is awaiting us in the continent of Africa. There are several African cities where they are poised to take off in that category. So our friends from industry, business, Indian private sector, I'm sure we can carry our solutions, our expertise, our technology, and our resources from our experience, from our Indian experience to African cities in the next few decades. There are immense business opportunities. Jumping on to the next thought, not exactly thought, that's a fact, I would like to share that FICCI has already tied up with a leading electric taxi fleet operator, and going forward, those details will be available. Of course, I have the pleasant duty of proposing the vote of thanks. Dr. Ramachandran, thank you, sir, for taking time to be with us. It has been a pleasure for the FICCI team to work under your guidance, and we place on record our sincere most thanks for your insightful remarks and being with us this morning. Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, thank you so much, sir, for your address. It's indeed enlightening to learn the role of waterways as one of the key enablers for sustainable transportation. Dr. Ranjan, he has been our guiding force, and it was a pleasure to work under his leadership in the past, and we look forward to your valuable guidance in the months to come, sir.
Sir, can the audience get a chance to speak on this matter, on smart cities?
I would request that let this vote of thanks get over. There are 2 subsequent panels. You're most welcome to do an interactive discussion then. Let us just respect the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks are also due to our co-chairman of the Urban Transformation Committee, Mr. Gunjan Vakharia. Thank you so much, Mr. Vakharia, for your leadership. Appreciate. Special thanks to our grand jury members and speakers today, Dr. O.P. Agarwal and Mr. Jagan Shah, for your valuable time and support. Thank you, sir. Of course, big congratulations to the award winners and also the participants in the award process. Thankful to the industry for your enthusiasm and great support. We have a long day ahead. I know there are various interesting sessions lined up. I thank all our eminent speakers, panelists, and industry experts in advance who will share their valuable knowledge, experience, and insights. It's my also pleasant duty to thank all our partners who have supported this initiative, namely Mobility Partners Siemens, Silva Partners CP Plus, Ishan Technologies, Technology Partner L&T Technology Services, Partner Cities Pune Smart City, Newtown Kolkata Smart City, and Knowledge Partner EY. Thank you so much, all the friends from media, and of course, all the delegates who have kindly joined us in this very important program. We look forward to your active participation in the sessions to follow. With this, we come to the conclusion of this inaugural session. I would give it back to you for some housekeeping announcement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar. May I first invite all the awardees along with your trophies to please join us on stage for a photo op. All the awardees. Very quickly, please, we have a paucity of time. All the awardees, please join us quickly on stage. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the awardees. May I now request Mr. Shailesh Pathak, Secretary General FICCI, to kindly give a small memento to the esteemed dignitaries on the days. It's a special mug.
So quickly, this mug actually represents Mahatma Gandhi and Mahatma Gandhi's visit to the 4th annual general meeting of FICCI in 1931. I'll just open one and show it to the audience. So in 1931, I read Mahatma Gandhi's speech. FICCI was established under his inspiration, and yeah, round of applause for the father of the nation. And he addressed our AGM on 7th of April 1931. That is going to be the foundation day of FICCI, and I welcome all of you to join the 100-year celebrations on the 7th of April 2027. Thank you.
And that mug is being presented to Dr. M. Ramachandran. May I request Mr. Pathak to kindly do us the honors of presenting a mug to Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. Our thanks to Dr. O.P. Agarwal. We thank Mr. Jagan Shah. Our thanks to Mr. Gunjan Bakaria. Thank you, Mr. Pathak. We once again thank the honorable dignitaries for having joined us for the inaugural session. May I request you all to please take your seats back in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, as the honorable dignitaries from the head table depart, please remain seated. We will immediately begin with the panel discussion 1, which is industry interaction with municipal commissioners, smart cities, commissioners, and CEOs of urban local bodies. So here's your chance of interacting with the esteemed speakers. And all the award nominees, you are requested to kindly collect your certificate of participation. You can collect your certificate of participation from the registration desk in the evening today at the end of the summit. Meanwhile, we are quickly moving on to the panel discussion, which is industry interaction with municipal commissioners, smart city commissioners, and CEOs of ULBs. The session moderator is Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Partner Technology Consulting, Government and Public Sector, Ernst & Young LLP. I'll once again request you all, please remain seated. Please kindly remain seated. Please bear with us as the stage is being prepared. We are not taking a break. I'll request you all to kindly remain seated. The esteemed panelists for this session are as follows. Shri Debashish Sen, Chairman, New Town Kolkata Smart City Limited. Shri Sanjay Kolte, Chief Executive Officer, Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited. Mr. Gunjan Vakaria, Co-Chairman, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and Head of Mobility Business, Siemens Limited. Dr. O.P. Agarwal, Advisor, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and former CEO, World Resources Institute. And Mr. Jagan Shah, Resident Senior Fellow, Earth Global, Director, Earth Center for Emerging Cities, former Director, NIUA. May I once again request you all to please remain seated. Please bear with us as the stage is being prepared for the panel discussion. We are not taking a break. I'll request you all to please kindly remain seated. This panel discussion aims at overview of India's journey of development of smart cities, role of authorities and PSUs and government bodies in knowledge sharing and management of smart city projects, leading cities to ignite other identified cities, role of integrated command and control centers of smart cities, addressing key policy interventions and regulatory support for smart cities. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly be seated. We are ready to start with panel discussion 1. Industry interaction with municipal commissioners, smart cities, commissioners, and CEOs of ULBs. I take the pleasure of requesting them all to please join us on stage. Please join me in welcoming the session moderator, Mr. Vikas Agarwal, Partner, Technology Consulting, Government and Public Sector, Ernst & Young LLP. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Shri Debashish Sen, Chairman, New Town Kolkata Smart City Limited, will be joining us virtually. Meanwhile, it gives me great pleasure to request Shri Sanjay Kolte, Chief Executive Officer, Pune Smart City Development Corporation Limited, to please join us on stage. Please welcome with a round of applause Mr. Gunjan Vakaria, Co-Chairman, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and Head of Mobility Business, Siemens Limited. I request Dr. O.P. Agarwal, Advisor, FICCI Urban Transformation Committee and former CEO, World Resources Institute, to please join us on stage as well. May I also take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Jagan Shah, Resident Senior Fellow, Earth Global, Director, Earth Center for Emerging Cities, former Director, NIUA, to please join us on stage. We warmly welcome the esteemed moderator and the esteemed panelists of this session. And with that, I hand it over to the esteemed moderator, Mr. Vikas Agarwal, to take forward the panel discussion, industry interaction with municipal commissioners, smart city commissioners, and CEOs of ULBs.
Thank you so much, and welcome again, all the delegates and participants. We have got a very interesting topic today. While Smart City Awards have been happening under the banner of FICCI for last 4 years, this year the focus is green and sustainable. Sustainable both from financial perspective and from environmental perspective. So sustainable is a much more larger. Am I audible now? Okay, sorry. So I was just sharing that this year's theme is sustainability. Sustainability both from financial and environmental perspective. And before I delve into some thoughts, I would like to welcome our panel on board once again and thank them for taking the time out. We've got a very illustrious and a very interesting mix of panels. So we've got city leaders, people who are managing cities, people who are building cities, people who are transforming cities. We've got participation from industry. Gunjan is here. We got participation from think tanks. We got Dr. O.P. Agarwal, we got Jagan. And Jagan was part of the initial thought process when Smart City Mission was being christened, when we were trying to define something which is not actually definable. And I think probably then we left it to cities to define for themselves what a smart city is going to be. Let me share some experience that I've had in terms of our Smart City Mission and how the way the world looks at it. So while there are a lot of internal within ourselves, a lot of discussions about where have we reached, ये कहाँ गए हम साथ साथ चलते, कहाँ पहुँचे हैं, कहाँ नहीं पहुँचे हैं, कितना फोकस है, कितनी लाइमलाइट है, कितनी बज़ है और कितना रियलिटी है. So there have been some interactions I had with global leaders in urban domain, and let me share with you their perspective. So when I discussed about India Smart City Mission with leaders in Malaysia, leader in Vietnam, essentially in Southeast Asia, they were overawed. They said, "Fine, you guys are doing great work. The kind of work you are doing is exemplary. You're at the cutting edge of technology. We wish we could be as advanced as you, and we would like you to come and help us." So Vietnam was at far end, Malaysia was somewhere between us and Vietnam, and they were actually very happy to hear what we are doing, and they invited us to work with them as UI. Next, I visited Caribbean. I shared with them our concept of what smart city is, what it means to us beyond technology in terms of impact, in terms of increasing quality of life, in terms of bringing better livelihoods, in terms of making cities better, in terms of better sharing of resources. And they again were overjoyed and overawed. They said, we are city nations, we are small states. So for us, it's not smart cities, for us, smart nations or smart countries. And again, they invited our help over there. Somewhere in between, I spoke to Saudi authorities. So they've got a ministry called MOMRA, Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs. And they got multiple bodies. So they got equivalent of our NIC, they got a body which focuses on artificial intelligence, and they created an apex body cutting across for the urban development, especially using technology transformation. And I was delivering a presentation to them talking about Indian Smart City Mission, how 100 cities are being moved forward in unison, in a tandem, marching forward, how we are using transformation opportunities, how we are using technology interventions. And they said, "Oh no, this is not smart city. This is basic infrastructure." So I think the definition varies, expectations vary. So Gulf is far ahead of us. Other countries probably are trying to catch up with us, and we are somewhere in between over there. So with that in background, let me start with a question to both Dr. OP and to Jagan in terms of where we are today. So when we started, so we had some KPIs in mind, we had objectives in mind. We had it in mind that 100 smart cities would translate into better quality of life in not only in those cities, but also the further 100 or 1,000 cities which this 100 cities shall ignite. They shall act as lighthouses, they shall handhold, they shall usher in an era of transformation, which personally I believe they did. So if I look around cities like Nagpur, if I look around cities like Amritsar, Pune, Pimpri, if I look at cities like Bhopal, if I look at cities like Bhubaneswar, to my mind, I think transformation has taken place. But keeping in mind where we started from, the KPIs were in mind, and where we have reached today. So I would like to request views from Jagan followed by Dr. OP in terms of, do you think we have reached where we started from when we had those design parameters in mind? And today, which are the areas on which we are doing well, and which are the areas which require additional focus from us in terms of urban development? So Jagan, over to you, please. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks for actually posing that sort of challenge to explain where we have reached and whether it's a good destination. And actually, it's only a halfway stop. I think it's important to recognize that the Indian ambition on smart cities was fundamentally different from what existed at that time. In 2014, we had just about begun to think about smart cities for what were called the DMIC smart cities, and there were, I think, seven odd cities, some of which are still being developed. And we were also dealing with what was fundamentally different from the models we had received from the West. So what the West was doing was looking beyond growth, as the Austrian government defined it. It was looking at cities which had grown and which could now be retrofitted with smart technologies to achieve efficiencies and so on and so forth, right? So there was an upgradation that was taking place. India and Indian cities were growing and had to become smart at the same time. And that's a very, very fundamental challenge as opposed to what Europe and the United States and other countries were facing. It's quite another thing for us to, it's a bit like if you have a home already built, then changing the switches in your home becomes a lot easier. But if you don't have that home and you need to still build it while thinking about it in a smart way, that's an enormous difference. And I think where we have reached today is a situation where if even a medium-sized town is thinking of a water supply system, it will install a SCADA system along with that water supply pipeline. And that's where we have reached. We've reached a level of disruption where we are thinking smart. We are not necessarily equipped with the finances, the capacities, and other aspects which are fundamental, of course, to achieve transformation. But we have achieved the disruption that has highlighted the need to do things differently and to do them smartly. Now, it's the jury is out on how far we've got with that. Because I think I'll leave it at that for the moment, and I'd love to come back later with some other thoughts.
Sure. Thanks for your comments. Before I invite comments from Dr. OP, let me thank Mr. Debashish Sen for joining us virtually. My apologies, I missed him because there's no monitor in front of me actually, so I couldn't see that he has already joined us. So welcome, Mr. Debashish Sen, and thank you so much for joining us. Dr. OP, your inputs, please.
I would agree with Jagan completely. See, remember one thing, developing a smart city is not something that happens in 5 years or 7 years or 9 years. It's a much longer process than that. I think we've begun the journey. We've begun to understand what smartness really means. And it's something that will happen over a much longer period than just 5-7 years. Jagan is also right in the sense that between a city that is already there making that smart versus building a new city or building a growing city that is smart, there's a world of difference. But I think the advantage we have is we're not doing it sequentially. If we think about smartness right in the beginning, I think it's an advantage in being able to do that at the early stage itself. But I think the whole thing will take time, and I think the jury is out on how effective it has been. But the message is very clearly that we have to look at smartness, not just the infrastructure, but overall smartness in terms of whether that city is one where people want to live, work, and play.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I have a follow-on question for you. In terms of our journey, as you said, it's a long journey and we have to continue to go forward onto that. Where do you see us faring in terms of sustainability, in terms of environment, in terms of climate? Are we doing enough for this? You believe there's a lot more to be done over there?
I think, one of the things that we need to do, I think we're doing many things right, but I think one thing that we need to do is when we talk about sustainability, and particularly when we talk about climate, that's where I have been spending a lot of my time. It's not something that happens sectorally and doesn't happen in a fragmented manner. In something where we need to build city-level plans for sustainability also, which will encompass all sectors. I think that kind of an action, Mumbai recently came up with a climate action plan for the city. A lot of people have sort of questioned the wisdom of that, but I think at least something has happened. To my mind, a city level plan is extremely important for climate if we want to move in the right direction.
Thank you. So on city level plan, let me invite Mr. Kolte's comments. What has been your journey, sir, as a city? Pune has been in limelight. Pune has won various awards. Whenever we do smart city ranking or pecking order, Pune is always in top 3. So what has been journey like? And if I may take use the words which Dr. Opirwal said, city level plan. What has been your city level plan? What challenges did you encounter? And what lessons would you have for other cities?
Thank you. As the earlier speakers have set the tone for today's discussion, I would definitely mention that comparatively Pune city, looking at the 8 cities in the state, was after Mumbai was way ahead at the time of when Smart City Mission was launched. The municipal corporation has a legacy of various policy measures, or they already had key policy and regulatory measures already taken place, and a good support on the policy side was available for the smart city from the Pune Municipal Corporation side. Speaking about the Pune, for example, talking about the sustainability, we had Pune carbon emission inventory already in place, which was prepared in 2012. The Pune City Resilience Strategy was also prepared in 2019 when Pune was part of the 100 Resilient Cities network. Pune Climate Action Plan was subsequently created in 2022. Then Clean Air Action Plan was also in this period only it was created. So this policy support was at hand for the Smart City Mission and for implementation of the Smart City Mission plan, and accordingly the efforts from the Smart City Mission side started, and of course the ULB and Smart City Mission SPV have to go hand in hand for creating that impact, or creating the impact which has to be created through the vision of smart city. And the same thing followed in case of Pune Smart City, I would say. Largely, I would categorize this into three categories, mainly the smart mobility, the smart livability. Livability, of course, has the host of several initiatives together, and then smart governance. So under these three headings, the efforts of the Smart City Mission started. And starting from the smart e-buses, the smart street LED lighting, the clean fuel initiatives which the city and the ULB and of course the transport corporation of the city, PMPML, they started working. At the same time, metro rail corridors the creation of metro rail corridors also started during this mission period only. From the mobility side, again, modernizing it, making it more responsive, adaptive traffic management is being implemented. Right now, it is at the height of the execution. And then the civil intervention, which are going parallel with this traffic initiatives, improving, going towards them, creating an ITMS, this intelligent traffic management system for the public transport vehicles. Then promoting non-motorized transport is also a major initiative which Pune has been taking up. Thanks to the NGOs and the civil society atmosphere and the vibrant nature these institutions have in Pune, that Pune non-motorized transport is also being promoted to a greater extent. In livability, road redesign was taken up under Smart City Mission, and a major chunk of 400 crores has been spent on road redesign, which is again complementary to the improving the mobility of the city. The placemaking is such an initiative. In the earlier session, the dignitary was speaking about the green spaces, the importance of green spaces in the cities. And almost 18 such green spaces have been created in the city. We call them placemaking projects on the amenity spaces. And their themes are ranging right from Science Park, Book Xenia, the park for the specially abled, going up to augmented reality park, fire station, and other things. So wide range of initiatives which are theme based have been taken up, and they will be the areas for vibrant community or citizen engagement. At the same time, a greenery has been developed in these places. Efforts have been made by Pune has been making efforts from other expert institutions for carrying forward the initiatives, citizen friendly initiative. Like Urban 95 was another such initiative which ULB had with BVLF. And for the child-friendly city initiatives have been implemented in the city. Road plantation has been taken up on a large scale. Street furniture has been implemented in this. On the waste management and water management side, again, we have done our work hand in hand with ULB. And waste management with the help of NGO Swachh has been going on, segregation at the source, collection and segregation at the source, and then further transportation has been attempted. Attempt has been made to process 100% of the waste, both wet waste and dry waste, and we are going in that direction. Almost now, waste going to the urban landfill has been brought to nil. That I would definitely mention. On the sanitation side or the sewage management side, again, we have taken up this JICA project under Japanese assistance, and we are planning to set up, the ULB is planning to set up 11 new STPs. So that will be again adding to the clean rivers and improving the quality of rivers and water, and adding to the sustainability. Green building initiatives are also implemented. The policy has been adopted by ULB to incentivize creation of green buildings, and the projects having green building ratings are being incentivized by way of incentive FSI. So all these things are going together. River rejuvenation has been taken up, and that will again improve the water quality of the rivers and create the citizen engagement areas along the rivers, and making them good public spaces for and many cycle tracks and other public facilities are also planned to be added along with these things. So all these things are, of course, on the governance side again, technology features have been actively implemented, and Pune was the pioneering city for making live its integrated command and control center, and almost 25 city services and stakeholder department services have been integrated, and most of the projects have been so ICCC has become a hub for implementation of all these projects, right from CCTV cameras, the violation system, the health vehicles, the solid waste management vehicles, the flood simulation model, which our system integrator L&T, which we saw it received the award in the morning. With the help of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and L&T and Smart City team, we have created a flood simulation model, which will be hugely useful in mitigating the floods, the risk of floods, and preventing damages to the life and property in the city. Similarly, in the health education sector, again, modernization and this digitization is being adapted through HMIS and digital education systems and so on. So efforts are being done on all these fronts so as to implement the vision of the smart city mission to make the city smarter, making it more reliable, livable, making it more resilient and equitable so far as the citizens are concerned.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kolte. Did you encounter any major obstacles like Jagan mentioned, finance, capacities, internal understanding? So what were the key obstacles that you faced in this journey?
Yes. SPV structure provides for the board of directors, and it also has another forum where engagement with the people's representatives actively takes place. That is the Citizen Advisory Forum. And so the SPV board has a constitution of the people's representatives from the urban local body, and the senior bureaucrats who are responsible for implementation of various government programs in the city are also members of the board. So through these 2-3 forums, proper exchange of thoughts and interaction and a sort of coordination for the benefit of the vision for the city was possible. There was excellent coordination between the ULB and Smart City SPB, which has been throughout. Efforts were made to add to the hitherto landscape or the cityscape which was created by the urban development programs earlier. The things which have already been done were avoided, and the new programs or adding some technological features or making them more smarter was the thought behind choosing the projects while formulating the smart city mission plan for the city. And proper care was taken to avoid duplication. The necessary financial support was wherever required was also provided by the urban local body. Pune city or the smart city has several examples of convergence, where we could converge the resources from other government missions, other government department funds, the ULB funds, and the PPP CSR to some extent. So all these sources of funds were leveraged to implement the vision of smart city and the smart city mission plan. Care was, of course, taken. A lot of deliberations had to taken place at some stages, especially in the initial one or 2 years of the smart city mission period, when the onboarding of all the stakeholders or like-minded nature of all the stakeholders, like people's representatives, the city officials, had to take place, and of course successfully. As the mission or as the progress went on, we were able to sort out all those issues step by step and converge on the initiatives. And we could also win support from the ULB. And in fact, if some of the projects the Smart City Mission took up, the CapEx was taken up from the Smart City Mission. At the same time, OpEx of that was taken up by the responsibility was taken up by the ULB. So such was the coordination which was achieved by way of following all these processes.
Sure, thank you so much. So I think the keywords there is stakeholder management, because unlike the Western world, wherein all the city agencies converge to mayor, I think in our cities we have multiplicity of agencies, multiplicity of authorities, and multiplicity of even fund flow, where the funds come from. So stakeholder engagement, stakeholder management, collaboration, and convergence becomes very, very important. So thanks for lighting that. And here I would like to invite Mr. Debashish Sen. But before I invite his comments, I must compliment him, because I think not many cities would have green in their name itself. New Town Calcutta Green Smart City Corporation. So I think compliments to Dr. Sen on that. We would like to understand from him, what does green mean for this Smart City SPV? How green is the corporation? How green is this New Town Calcutta today? What green measures were taken over there? What sustainability features does the city actually has today? Also would like to understand from him, how did this entire thing happen? What the journey has been? How were stakeholders brought together? What was industry participation and what was the government's role? Inviting Mr. Debashish Sen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. My apologies for not being able to be there personally and meet all of you and have networking. But I'll try to present in the way said, why do we have the name green? We were very clear that the ULBs are so busy handling solid waste, lighting street lights, cleaning the streets, and everything every day begins with all kinds of problems, that there's no time to think about sustainability, climate change, and global warming. We thought we should put it in the central theme. It is therefore that with the help of Jadavpur University, and which has a sustainable cell headed by Dr. Joyashree Roychandra of IPCC fame, we built a complete inventory of how we would like to build a sustainable green in the sense of renewable green, how we would like to proceed forward. And we had applied to IGBC, and we have been rated platinum graded, the only city, I am told, in satellite city to have been graded platinum in terms of green measures. So what are the green or sustainable measures that we have done? To name a few, very, very large parks, planned parks, especially the ecotourism park in Kolkata. It is 480 acres big. It has 48 zones, and lakhs of people have been visiting these just to have a breath of fresh air and all the different varieties. We don't have any rides, no amusement, and yet lakhs of people from all over Bengal and beyond come here. And also, we have adopted a very novel approach, and here the industry has also come in. The green verges in the master plan, New Kolkata, New Town Kolkata is very much like Navi Mumbai. It's a satellite of Kolkata, and there is a master plan of all the green verges. And we had offered, like you adopt a son or daughter, we put it on the website in the public domain that anybody can adopt these green verges for doing so many things, not commercial ones, and would people come forward. And so many, we have 47 green verges, at least 38 have been adopted, some by industries, some by resident welfare associations, some by NGOs, some have built bamboo gardens where they call it oxygen walk, because bamboo emits 30% more oxygen than normal trees. Some have put in immunity gardens. Those were the days of COVID. Smart City Mission has traveled through COVID, and they built all kinds of Ayurvedic plants out there. And some have built Miyawaki forest, which grows very quickly, etc. So we have given a great deal of thrust on greening whatever spaces in a collaborative mechanism rather than spending the budgetary funds. And also, we are putting a lot of effort in making solid waste recycling a reality. As of now, we have been able to segregate and create methane gas and light street lights about 1 kilometer long using a biomethanation plant. But I realize that more effort is required to make it 100% success. But these are the interventions in the smart city which would have not been normally possible in a normal municipal function because of the simple reason that they are so bogged down with day-to-day activities that to think of the future, to think of a biomethanation plant which takes food waste from restaurants and lights, street lights locally is something that was not happening. But talking about interventions and slightly moving, but another very interesting thing we have done is the concept of a zero shop. We used to call it zero waste shop, but finally we called it zero shop because the word waste tends to turn away customers, where we accept second-hand clothes, that is the new old clothes, we mend it with self-help groups, we sell it, pack it like somewhat like a Fab Mart, and very fashionably we are selling it for 50 rupees a t-shirt or 100 rupees a pair of jeans, just covering the washing and mending cost. So we are trying to build a culture around recycling, even in daily necessities, not to talk of plastics, not to talk of metals and e-waste. With plastics, we have involved the local industry in Topshia in central Kolkata, and we have collected these plastics and given over to them, and they have made chappals, Hawaii chappals, and where we have inscribed of how to segregate wet and dry waste.
I'm keen to ask you, since you charted a slightly different course than other cities, the focus was on green. How well equipped industry was when you started this journey? Was industry ready with solutions? Was industry ready with the technologies, the wherewithal required? Or did you have to struggle on that?
No. It doesn't come easily. It doesn't come easily. Industry is usually catering to what is the normal demand. What is the normal demand? So when we are looking for, whenever we used to have this industry demand, we used to say, what new can you offer? If I talk about solar energy, we are producing 1.8 megawatts of solar energy. But when we were thinking of putting solar energy on the footpath, solar panels, and we looked at the industry, and the only source we could get was in Europe, which finally did not take place because it has to take the weight. So very carefully, we used to look around what technologies can be produced. The C&D waste, for example, took us a long time to be built with the help of Kolkata Corporation, because that technology of grounding, construction, demolition technology was not very easily available.
And on that note, I would like to invite Gunjan to share his views from industry perspective. I'm not sure, Gunjan, how well versed you are with our smart city plans, the way things are. But would like to take your perspective on today, when we talk about industry today comprises of huge corporations like yours and ranging to the small startups in the world. So what role do you see industry can play over here from an overarching technology innovation perspective? Second question to you is, this is your global experience, wherein mobility plans are very well integrated with urban development plans. When we talk about TOD and we talk about economy being supported by mobility, how well do you see the integrations happening in India? Do you think there's some lessons we need to learn in terms of integrating mobility plans with urban development plans?
So thank you for that very interesting question. So maybe let me first take the first question: how can industry contribute to the urban development? I guess in the earlier panel today we discussed and a gentleman talked about resource constraint. I think that is the bottom line. So the technology can be a means, but we have to first understand what is the problem. And the problem is, as we talked about it, the cities are growing at a very rapid speed. 68, which is nearly 70% of population of the world living in the urban areas. And that puts a lot of stress on the resources. And the industry can contribute. The main and the only way that industry can contribute is to see how to maximize the utilization of the existing resources. It's not about increasing the amount of resources because resources are limited. It is about how efficiently we can use them, those resources, to make best of the possibilities that we have. There are various ways that industry is contributing. You can start with digitalization. I mean, we know two of the key contributors to the pollution of any city. This is the vehicles and the buildings. Yeah. The buildings, let it be residences or let it be factories. But broadly, if you look at it, it's buildings and it's vehicles. Now industry can come up with solutions. When we talk of buildings, we talk of smart buildings, that are able to that are able to think with maybe technologies, IoT, artificial intelligence, data analytics, every possible technology that one can think of, which can basically analyze the behavior of a building and try to see how to make it optimum. What degree of air conditioning, for example, do I need if it's a centralized AC during the different hours of a day? So just to give you a very simple example, when it comes to making the water a warm water, what sort of plants can be used. If you are in places which are cold, how the heating can be optimized to the maximum use, all the way up to the movement of the elevators, how you can maximize. So it's all about using the technology to maximize, to most efficiently use the resources. And that's where industry can come in. And second, we talked about the big contributor to the pollution are vehicles. And again, we talk of various possibilities. We talked about metro solutions. We are talking of something called Metro Neo, which is maybe for the small cities, an electric bus to carry you over. We are talking of e-scooters, coming into the picture, e-cars. So I do believe that the main way that industry can contribute is by bringing in the technology to efficiently utilize the resources. So that's my take on your first question. If I understood your second question right, it is about
integrating mobility
right.
with urban development.
Correct. So I think, when we talk of livable cities, right? So again, I would reiterate those two topics. When we talk of a livable cities, where you want to see your child, your grandchild growing up, is a city which has, first of all, the very basic necessity of a human being, fresh air to breathe. And again, we come back. So first, you need a fresh air to breathe. And second, it's a basic need of a human to be mobile. And the autonomy is all what we drive for. Doesn't matter if it is in a job or if it is, a child going to a school, becoming an independent and, having that possibility of mobility is the basic necessity. So again, we are coming back to the basic human needs, fresh air to breathe and, having a possibility to be mobile. So 2000, I do remember our current Prime Minister talked about he was used to be the Chief Minister of Gujarat, where he talked about, the integrated mobility back sometime in 2004, 2006. Today, we do see some cities, Ahmedabad, where we are also doing electrification for Ahmedabad Metro. We do see that intermodal transport, and I think that is very, very essential, and that is one of the keys, why Europe, for example, I wouldn't be so fond of taking an example of United States in this regard, but when I look at Europe, the mobility is easy. People use the public transport because A, it's comfortable, B, it's accessible, but C, is well connected. We talked about one city for the, one ticket for the whole city. We talked about, control centers where you can, making sure that you get off one mode of transport, and I have lived through it. I take a train from the suburb of Berlin, going the downtown. I go back. Uh, from the train, the next connection to the public mode of public transport, let it be a metro or let it be even a bus. This is so well coordinated that you do not have to wait for half an hour or for minutes, to be able to get to your next mode. So there are two aspects that will play a critical role in this regard, and let us admit it, India is working on it. We are not there yet, but the good news is that we have started. Also in Pune, we see quite some good examples. Same in Calcutta. We talk of connectivity between the airport to the city center, and then potentially use of water-based transportation to move to your destination. So I think we are getting there. Two key aspects I would just emphasize on. One is the civil part of it. So you need to make sure that your terminals of your mobility are interconnected. It cannot be that your railway station is at a location A and your metro is 5 kilometer, 3 kilometer away from that location. No one is actually going to travel that 3 kilometers and switch to metro. So you need to make sure your civil infrastructure provides a possibility, first of all, to have that intermodal transportation possibility. And second thing that we look at it is the ecosystem that you have to bring in, which starts with a technology. You can think of an app which is giving you door-to-door mobility, as we talk about it, through all modes of transport. And it goes all the way up to the ecosystem, as I talked about it. So the government, the city may not have all the resources, all the financing to bring in all sort of options of mobility. So how do you integrate the private companies? If there is an e-scooter, how do I make sure that at my metro station, just as an example, a e-scooter, sharing based e-scooter is available, which is integrated part of my ticket that I buy for the city. I can get off the metro, use that same pass, enable the scooter, and drive home, which might be nearby. So I think this is the two modes, civil and technology, that will help us. And I think we are on the way, and I'm sure we will make it as a nation, because we need it to survive for another 100 years to have a clean and more green cities.
Sure. Thanks, Gunjan. I'm sure we'll make it as a nation because I think we've had fair ratio of our own successes and learnings. When we started our mission, I believe across all 100 smart cities, the total financial outlay of projects was almost 2 lakh crore, out of which I believe orders have been awarded to the worth of 1.8 lakh crores. Work has been completed to the extent of 1.06 lakh crore. So I'm sure quite some things are happening, quite some things have taken place, and transformative impact is there. But looking back again at our journey over last 9 years or so, almost a decade, 2014 we started. So Jagan, do you think there is some, now we have reached a position where we need to bring in some policy changes, some change in regulatory environment, some more enabling ecosystem we need to create around ourselves, so this rapid urbanization gets matched by rapid transformation?
Sure, Vikas, that's a great question. Of course, there's stuff to be done, and we should not stop innovating. I mean, the whole, I think the byline given by the Prime Minister to the mission was Mission Transform Nation. So he played on the word transformation, but transform nation. So the story doesn't end with the end of a mission. It is continuous innovation, and I think we are in a good place there. We certainly haven't created paradises out of 4,000 cities. Having said that, the onus of creating paradises in your own city is really your own onus. It's the power of one. It's the power of every citizen, every elected representative, every business and industry in a particular city, actually pushing the boundaries to make that happen. And I think there are some innovations which clearly we need to recognize have greater capacity. One very important innovation is the SPV itself. Yeah. And I think cities like Pune have shown that the SPV can be the agent of change, can actually make that happen, can work with the municipality. An interesting thing I should share, an anecdote. I bumped into an old friend who works in one of the NGOs in Delhi recently at Vijayawada Airport, and he was a strident opposer of the SPV model, okay, and an erudite expert. And it was wonderful to hear from him. He said, now I'm actually looking at the corporate structures of these SPVs. I'm looking at how they are structured and how they function, and I'm changing my mind. And that was music to my ears. It took some years for that to happen because there was just so much of this kind of bad press about SPVs taking away the powers of municipalities, which was actually completely baseless. They were never going to take away powers of municipalities. And interestingly, I think now we are at a stage where we can make the SPV that single operational technical organization that can manage all the infrastructure and service deliveries in a city, with a very clearly worked out relationship with the municipalities, which essentially municipalities are the democratic institutions. They represent the power of the people and their vote. They elect councillors. The councillors thereby, nominate, in most cities, nominate a chairman who becomes the mayor, and so on. So there's work to be done on strengthening municipalities, but two things which I'd like to mention, which I think needs to now become more articulate, and maybe the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs can make that happen. We chose to design the mission in an area-based way, which was that every city would take a particular area based on citizen consultation, and that area would be then upgraded in all respects, okay? The area-based method. I think there was an error in not saying that actually that area could be what is also the statutory last mile of planning, which is the local area. Under our planning regimen, it's called the local area plan. So the area-based plan could very well have become the local area plan. But we kind of missed that out. And I think articulating that is really important. Another aspect is that for the first time in any urban mission, cities were asked to think about actually all of the 18 functions which are given under the 12th schedule of the Constitution and under the 74th Amendment. All 18 functions were actually thought about by the smart cities, all of them. So you had the opportunity actually to now say, well, actually the smart cities are strengthening the 74th Amendment. They're not weakening, they're actually strengthening. So I think we need to change the narrative there. A few other things which are really important, and I think this business and industry should actually exert more influence on, and a positive influence, is that now we have adopted digital public infrastructure as a way of actually delivering governance rather. And in particular, the public procurement process is now being digitalized. In many cities, there are e-tendering systems. That is a very important vehicle by which we can scale and replicate good technologies that have been discovered, good business solutions. However, industry has to get into understanding how public procurement systems work better and can work more transparently, and competition can actually be encouraged. There's a lot of work to be done on that. In fact, next week I'll be in a training program at the All India Management Association talking about greening of the procurement system to achieve green cities. So we should do that. And my last point is that, and I'd written about this in the Mint in 2016, was something like what Pune has done with its Complete Streets project. What is the hidden promise in that? It is that you bundle the infrastructure projects. Bundling of infrastructure is crucial. You take a complete street and everything that is required for that street to be usable and efficient, which is obviously it carries electrical lines, it carries communication networks, it carries water supply, sanitation. The street is your most important module of improving a city. You build a tender around everything together, bundle it together, so that you achieve the efficiency of execution, but you also achieve, importantly, you also achieve financial efficiency. And I think we are talking about launching bonds, and we are talking about also facing challenges with regard to municipal bonds. And I think thinking about the SPV becoming a key agent of that, owning a portfolio of projects, representing that city's commercial interest, quote unquote, and doing it in an efficient way by bundling things together, looking at revenue streams coming from multiple infrastructure projects. This, to me, is sort of the next frontier of innovation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very interesting, very relevant, and very, very interesting. Dr. Agarwal, would you like to top up your thoughts on this? especially in terms of what additional could be done, any additional enablement we need to do?
Let me say 2 or 3 things very crisply instead of one, invest in capacity building. Massive investment in capacity building. We've not done that. Second, this whole issue of climate, one of my biggest problems when we talk about climate is we're talking of climate in one community which has developed a jargon of its own that nobody else understands. And our experience when I was in WRI working with various municipalities, ये climate होता क्या है? I think getting that knowledge about climate in very simple language from those conferences where negotiations are held to the ground where actual work will be done, that is going to be fundamental. Third, when it comes to transport, I think, you also mentioned about integration. You see, integration needs an institution that will integrate. Kochi has set up a Kochi Metropolitan Transport Authority. They have even legislated it. But when we compare with London, London took 80 years from the starting point to get to where it is today. You can't do this in 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. Let's remember that this is a slow process. It will take its time. Let me leave it at that. There's a lot to be done. Building capacity is going to be absolutely fundamental. At forum after forum, I've heard this being talked about. I'm now beginning to realize that it's glamorous to talk about it, but do nothing about it. That's something we have to get out of.
Thank you so much.
Can I just
Yes,
can I
please.
just jump in there? Important and to me a very learning anecdote. 100 SPVs needed 100 teams.
Yes.
Right? And again, very few people understand that one of the key reasons why the execution of projects in smart cities got delayed was because finding the number of staff you needed in those companies was actually a nightmare for many cities. Where do you find 100 team leaders who have 15 years experience and have a planning degree and so on and so forth? Where are they?
Yes.
Where are the, where's the experience available, right? So
And they are not in some other job that they don't want to.
Exactly. So capacity building is also about discovery, and a lot of discovery needed to happen by attracting people from private sector into what was perceived as still a government kind of public sector job, which it wasn't actually. The salaries were commensurate with the private sector. So I think the capacity building is one aspect which has to address also the motives and incentives that you can provide to young professionals or seasoned professionals to become part of the city building exercise.
Sure. Thank you. So, with very few minutes left, I think Shelley is looking at me that I need to close the session quickly.
Sir, I'm a technical expert.
Allow me to complete the session, please, and we'll have time probably during lunch hour to ask questions. The panelists are here. So, very last few minutes and closing the loop where Shailesh Pathak started from. We are industry. We are here to support industry to make it grow from 100 to 200 CR, maybe from 20,000 CR. So, inviting views from Mr. Kolte. What will be your advice to industry to come and work with urban authorities to contribute to urban transformation? And I would like to pose same question with Debashish Sen after Mr. Kolte's views.
I feel more of private sector participation is required. There is huge potential still to take forward the vision which has been implemented of smart cities, to take it further. A lot of participation from private sector will be required. More and more of PPP kind of projects and arrangements we would like to see in the not only these the cities which were taken up in the 100 cities or the further tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So this message has to be taken forward.
Sure.
Then other resources, methods to raise resources, financial resources also need to be worked out. Like municipal bonds need to be popularized among the ULBs, and the carbon footprints monetization it's a resource for the cities to build up their own resources or to make them financially sustainable. So resources of this kind also need to be tried.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sen, your views on this, please. We can't hear you, Mr. Sen. Mr. Debashish Sen, you are on mute, it seems. We can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Two sentences from my side. Number one, I agree with many of the panelists that capacity building and manpower, trained manpower is a huge issue. We need to build up, so all the pyramid. Please tie up your laces. Here is an opportunity, and we would love to absorb you. Two, and a customer management system, citizen grievances, 24/7 helpline. These are some areas in which we need to pay attention, and the SPVs are ideally suited to do that. Let's develop that. Thank you.
Made my day by inviting us again. And you could have made it better by not mentioning my competition along with me. So thank you so much for that. So Gunjan, over to you. Any last comments you would like to add?
No, well, I think, again, I would just like to say FICCI provides the great forum to have exchange of ideas, to build the roadmaps, to find solutions. So from my side, just thank you to everyone for being here, and we would be happy outside during the lunch to have interaction if you have any topics to discuss about.
Thank you so much. I wish we had some more time because very interesting thoughts, very interesting news.
So we were
Just
told
one
that
question,
it's going
sir.
to be an interactive
Just one
session.
question.
Allow me. I'll just invite you. So thank you so much to all the speakers for your views. We have only a couple of minutes for just two questions, very brief, and I would request questions relevant to what was being discussed on this table. If any other questions, speakers are around during the lunchtime. So please.
Sir,
be
I am
relevant to the
Ravinder
topic.
Agarwal,
Yep.
and I represent Association of Certified Directors. Also, I was Governing Council member of Naredco.
Sir, your question, please.
Okay. Actually, I also represent now a foreign direct investment company which is into real estate development. They want to come to India and start a smart city, but we were looking at starting a smart city within a city. Like we went to Gurgaon, we went to Noida, we approached, the private sellers. Of course, there was nothing available. Then we approached the authorities. Now the land available with authorities, they are selling it at such a high price, it's not viable to create a smart city there. I mean, I'll just give you an example.
Sir, what's the question? I'm so sorry.
My
We are running out of
question
time.
is that
What is the
unless
question?
we approach the government, the FICCI, they approach the government to provide a subsidized land to have a smart city, it's not possible to have a smart city in India.
sure.
It costs you a lot more than a normal city. So the land has to be provided at a subsidized rate. The rates which they are quoting in the HSIDC in Gurgaon is more than 1 crore rupees
So we got your point.
per
we
meter.
got your point. I'm sure FICCI team here would have made a note of
And
that.
in Noida,
and they
it's
should
more
go
than
to take it up.
50,000 rupees per meter.
Got your point, sir. Your point is amply clear. I'm sure FICCI team would have made note of that.
Sir,
Thank you
I am
so much.
I am
Second
technology
question, please.
inventor. I represent India Tax 25 World Exhibition of Inventors. Sir, the technology is same everywhere. But we are corrupting the technologies. For example, in Delhi, our water is drawn from Yamuna River, which is most polluted, and it is very expensive to process polluted water. Things
Sir,
like that.
just your
We are
time. What
not.
is your question,
Sir,
please?
my question
What
is
is the
that we should be discussing, for example, in the locomotives. Sir, what is the advantage of locomotives? Will it cost less to operate the trains compared to the ABB local locomotives we are already having? And why can't we improve our ABB locomotives, which were
if you have
when
a specific question
imported were the
relevant to-
best in the world?
Sir, if you have a specific question relevant to topic of discussion, I
Sir,
will
this is
take
not
that.
unlimited. Sir, it's a question of technology.
Sir,
Sir,
point
why
well-
we are not,
Sir, point well
improving our
taken.
technologies?
Point well taken. We are here during the lunch. We can discuss that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
With that, session comes to an end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thank you to the moderator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recongregating in this hall at 2. Please do remember 2 o'clock. We need to start the next panel on time, so please do bear with us. Your cooperation is sought after. Please do join us in time so that we can start the next session in time. And meanwhile, once again, a gentle reminder to all the award nominees. Please kindly collect your certificate of participation from the registration desk. It will be available at the end of the day today. Thank you. Once again, a gentle reminder, we will be starting the session at 2:10, so please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, a warm welcome to you all. We request you all to please kindly be seated. We are ready to start with the post-lunch session. Once again, a gentle reminder to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. Post-lunch, we're going to start with panel discussion 2, entitled Integrating Environmental and Financial Sustainability in Smart Cities. The session moderator is Mr. Otaf Sayed, Project Lead, Green Buildings, South Asia IFC World Bank Group. I'll once again request you all to please kindly be seated. We are ready to start with the panel discussion. The esteemed panelists for this session are as follows. Mr. Rajendra Inani, Business Head, Smart City, Tata Projects Limited. Mr. Santosh Mozumdar, India Representative, Sydney Coordinated Adaptive Traffic System. Ms. Shruti Narayan, Regional Director, South and West Asia, C40 Cities. And Dr. Sanhita Bandyopadhyay, Lead Urban Planner, Meinhardt Singapore Private Limited. I request them all to kindly join us on stage. As I've already shared, this session is being moderated by Mr. Atif Sayed, Project Lead, Green Buildings, South Asia IFC World Bank Group. And this discussion aims at integrating environmental and financial sustainability in smart cities. With that, I hand it over to the session moderator. It's over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. My name is Atif Sayed. I lead the Green Building Program for International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group. And it's my pleasure to host this August panel today, talking about integrating environmental and financial sustainability in our smart cities. I think it's a balance that we're trying to find out, and a lot of them have apparently achieved it or are close to achieving it. So we'll understand how to get there and what the experiences have been. So while researching for this panel, I was looking up for what does a smart city really mean, and we heard a very easy to understand definition earlier today from Jagan and a few others, that it's a city where a 6-year-old can walk the street safely. I think that's a very nice and understandable way of grasping this concept. But the other phrase that I found while doing this research is quality of life, because ultimately it's how well the people, the residents of the city, the citizens, are able to live their lives in a healthy manner, in a sustainable manner. So that seems to be a very key concept of smart cities, quality of life. How can we maintain the quality of life? But then we added this another component to it, which is climate smart cities. Now, what does climate smart really mean? So what I understand is just adding another layer on top of it, which is providing the quality of life without substantially increasing the impact on the climate, and without substantially increasing the impact of the climate on the citizens. So impact on climate, meaning our emissions, and impact of climate, meaning climate is changing regardless of what we do, because our pace of change is still very slow. We are facing climate events that are sometimes unnatural, and they are impacting us. So how ready are we in our cities to address that impact, that change? So as I said, I work with the Green Buildings team of IFC, International Finance Corporation, and we are focusing on a few different activities related to the urban environment. My department works on green buildings, which is basically buildings that are more efficient in terms of their resource use. They have lower environmental impact. We invest as well in projects directly to developers and also through local financial institutions. And we provide standards. How do we classify green buildings? So we have a standard called EDGE. It's a certification system for buildings focused on energy, water, and materials. And we also provide advisory support to some of our clients. Besides EDGE, the other aspect that we are looking at is resilience. How does climate change impact our buildings? We have a tool called Building Resilience Index that we are just about to launch, which looks at a building in isolation and looks at the 6 major climate events that might happen, climate and natural disaster events, and rates it according to the level of risk they have, and then proposes mitigation measures to reduce that risk. So it's called Building Resilience Index. And lastly, we are trying to work with some cities as well on prioritizing their climate projects. Where would they get the best returns on their investment? And then wherever possible, we invest in those projects as well. So we have an August company here. So I'll start by introducing our panelists here. Firstly, we have Mr. Rajendra Inani, who is the business head of Smart Cities at Tata Projects Limited. He's got over 32 years of extensive experience in leading delivery of infrastructure and IT transformation projects for smart city and city-centric solutions. He has been an entrepreneurial leader and a project management evangelist, where he's provided advisory support to state and city planners on smart cities. And he's done projects around the world, and many are very prominent, such as the new Parliament project that just got unveiled a couple of days ago. Thank you for coming here, Mr. Inani. Next on the panel, Mr. Santosh Mazumdar, who works for Johnson Controls and is the India representative of Sydney Coordinated Adaptive Traffic Systems, SCATS. I got it right. He leads the driving of innovative business models for sustainability in the built environment and works closely with several ministries and government institutions in India. So we'll love to hear from you as well. Thanks for coming. Finally, we have two more. We have Ms. Shruti Narayan, who is the Regional Director of for South and West Asia for C40 cities. She has global experience spanning over 2 decades, and currently she is leading C40's regional efforts to mainstream climate action for resilient and equitable cities, and particularly passionate about working with students and women-led groups in building a strong and supportive community of climate champions. So welcome, Shruti. And lastly, we have Dr. Sanhita Bandyopadhyay, who is the lead urban planner for Minehart Singapore Private Limited. She's a town planner with a PhD, and she's got 19 years of rich experience across urban planning and infrastructure development projects across several ministries and MNCs. And now she's working with Minehart, and she's worked across 14 states in India and internationally in Spain, Australia, Germany, and the Philippines. So welcome, Dr. Sanhita. So I'll jump straight into our discussion. And my first question, I hope you can all hear me. My first question is to Mr. Inani. We briefly talked about the Parliament building, and it's all over the news. We've been seeing it. How was sustainability and climate responsiveness addressed in these projects, and was cost a major factor in that in the design considerations for this project?
Okay, so am I audible? Is it? So since Parliament is talk of the town, so while I do not directly address that business group, but I am very much aware of what goes in the organization, and my peer group works on that. Challenges of Parliament project were majorly 2. One is the timeline. 21 months straight, no negotiation was possible. Secondly, it was the most prestigious task to be undertaken because the group wanted to be associated with it, that after independent India's first parliament, if it is built by Tata, and one of our regrets in the past, our MD had shared that why we have not gone for Ram Temple. So you could understand the kind of pressure we had. Coming to the project planning over here, it was very well declared that it is going to be a net zero project. That means all the resources, what is to be used over there, those compliance has to be made. I just give you a brief of what is achieved there. Luckily today it is already completed one, so we can more say it in a declarative manner. Had I been talking 6 months or 8 months before, it would have been just in a statement. One was in net zero efforts towards the environment was the water wastage. 95% of the wastewater has been reused in the whole project. If you see, it is one side, it is a lucrative statement, but from project management point of view and the execution point of view, it should not be taken as a luxury. But it is a very good financially management of the project, because the challenge when this project started, it was COVID time. The pollution is always been a challenge in Delhi city. So couple of things, the water, dust, then sound, and reusability of the material. These were the forced upon compliances on this project. So right from the bidding stage, we took this into account, and what you say is that how the cost is to be considered. It is the other simple analogy I can give about our health. When we say I want to be healthy, I should eat less, I should eat a more simple food or exercise. If you take in holistic way, all this will not add to the cost of living. The same way in the project, if you economize on the resources, reuse them, reutilize them, if it is taken correctly at planning stage, then it will result into some of the parameters. 95% water reuse, where we used minimum potable water, particularly for labor camps. Other than the labor camps, human need of the water usage, all the reused water, we installed STP over there, sewage treatment plant, which takes out all the water from the system, and then it is used after cleansing. That water is used for sprinklers, because dust control was one of the stringent norm over there. We installed those mist sprinklers all over, right on the top crane which runs across the system, all the boundary walls, even on the trees, and those sprinkling was happening periodically, ensuring there is no dust content. In fact, we installed all the AQI meters, air quality index meter, at various location, and handheld meters, and they were showing the nearest distance Mandir Marg, where the natural AQI, we have plotted it all across, and all the time at the production facility at Parliament, it was lower than the what is in the Mandir Marg. Likewise, energy efficient equipment, we made a norm. Any vehicle engaged into this project has to be BS6 standard. So we ensured our contractors are using BS6 standard vehicle only. All energy efficient equipment has to be deployed. Similarly, for all the temporary structures which are used in the construction, they have to be prefabricated one. You can't, and maximum use of steel over there. So normally you have wooden stairs and wooden equipment. That is all which cost to the environment. Likewise, concrete. The sand is the natural resource, and in Parliament building, no natural sand has been used throughout the project. The complete sand is, they call it in technical language, AM sand, which is basically the crushed stone sand, which is made manually.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Sure.
Did any of this add cost?
Not really.
Substantially.
It was very much is part of planning of the project, and the project was plan complying to these norms. So that cost was very much absorbed over there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Over to Santosh. Santosh, the first thing we see when we land in a new city that hits us is the traffic. And it's pretty bad pretty much in all the cities. So we know that you're doing something very interesting here that we would like to understand what is called Sydney Coordinated Adaptive Traffic System. Can you explain what that is?
Well,
and how is
certainly.
it relevant for India?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, I think it's pretty well understood that if there is one component of a smart city which contributes to the highest percentage to citizen happiness index, and that's traffic, right? And I come from Bangalore and nobody knows this better. CATS, as it is shortly called, is a solution that's developed by the government of Australia. This solution is 40 years old. Even before we had traffic junctions, we had automated traffic signaling systems elsewhere. Now, where is CATS deployed today? If you look at the globe, roughly around 62,000 junctions are running on SCATS, and that's across 210 cities. Now, the way it works, like any adaptive traffic control system, you don't need fixed signals, right? You basically not fix the timing of the signals. It's as simple as that. You say if there is more traffic, then there should be more times given to that approach. If there is less traffic, then there has to be lesser timings given to pass through. So that's adaptive traffic control system. We don't have that. We didn't have that before the Smart Cities mission, but thanks to all the great effort that's being done by the Smart Cities Mission organization, we have now ETCS deployed across the country. And SCATS has been deployed, or rather is being deployed in 2 cities, very challenging. One is Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh, and the second one is in Jamnagar, in where Reliance's headquarters is. So SCATS is basically a solution which helps significantly reduce emissions. That is to the tune of around 7% reduction in emissions. B, it helps in improving the travel times by roughly around 20%. And it also helps reduce your stops by around 20% or so. So that's what is SCATS. And we are looking to have more and more of SCATS-like solutions in Indian cities today that will help our citizens really commute better within cities.
Wonderful. Thank you, Santosh. Let's move to Shruti. So Shruti at C40, C40 has led the development of the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, which is a pioneering and kind of a unique plan that has been developed. And I see the focus of this plan is on implementability. Now, cost is a major factor of implementability. So how has that been managed in this Climate Action Plan?
Thank you, Atif. Firstly, thank you so much for having me on this panel. And it's always difficult, right, to have the panel after lunch, right, and be able to engage everyone. So really good to see this audience, and being engaged on this very critical topic. So, Atif, I'll just take a step back to give you why we do climate action plans and then jump into the cost, right? As everybody knows, and probably I missed the inaugural, and I'm sure Jagan talked about it, that cities, are 2% of the land mass, right? And about 50% of the people live in cities. Cities have 80% of climate risks, right? And we're seeing risks increasing, like we're seeing, as we all know, unprecedented heat that's, all across the world. So C40 is an organization that is for cities, led by cities. We believe that a critical way of really helping the city manage its climate risk and have that lens on investments is to have a climate action plan. So we actually work with all of our cities, and we have about 100 cities globally right now to develop a very data-driven, evidence-based climate action plan that is owned by the cities, right? So it's not meant to be an academic report. And that's the question on implementation, right? So it's not like we are coming as C40 saying, hey, let's do this plan. we're facilitating the plan for the cities. So that is one important aspect of implementation, is the ownership. And as we realize in India, the urban governance is fairly complex, if I can use that word. It involves the city, the state, and the national government. So one aspect of how we have done this is to work with all three tiers, right? To see what aspects of the climate action plan are the responsibility of the city, what needs to be state governed, and then what requires some kind of national intervention in terms of support and policies, right? Working very closely with the Ministry of Environment and Forest, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs through their Smart Cities mission. Now, not to evade Atif's question, because he's tapping his pen for me to come to the cost aspect, right? So the important part is that we feel like the lens of all projects has to have a finance lens, right? No city can implement a project without knowing what it costs them. So what we are doing, but we also believe that finance can't be the only lens, because then you might be eliminating projects that are critical, right? On, for example, the way you opened, Atif, but a 6-year-old feeling safe to walk on the city. Now, projects like those may not be bankable, but they're important, right? So how are you able to create a prioritization matrix that includes various aspects? So for example, looking at inclusion, on how are you not only including the children, but elderly, disabled, vulnerable, looking at how are you, prioritizing greenhouse gas emission reductions, how are you incorporating resilience, right, which often gets missed when we're talking about bankability. And then the other, I'm not saying last, the other one is on finance, right? And finance is very, very critical for us. And we're working with cities, for example, right now we are working with Mumbai on what kind of financial instruments they can develop that could be, led by the government, or could be climate bonds, state development sort of loans, or, private sector coming in. The other aspect, and then I'll stop here, Atif, if you have any, next round of questions, is that we believe that all climate action plans need to be mainstreamed, institutionalized. We think that I think the discussion on climate finance and finance needs to converge. We're at that point of implementation when it has to be one. So cities have to look at spending from a lens of climate. And we are currently working on a program that's global called Climate Budgeting, where we are working with City of Oslo and actually recently New York has also published a climate budget, where the city takes all its climate actions that come out of the climate action plan and puts them as a part of their budget, which then helps them allocate costs and also helps them in prioritization to ensure that they're able to, spend the money appropriately, with the goal that every rupee that the city spends is with the lens of the climate. So I'll stop here and
Thanks. I think this is a topic that needs a lot more discussions. Maybe whoever is interested could catch up with Shruti later. We'll move to Dr. Sanhita today. And you are an urban planner, and we know that urban planning has a huge influence on resource use in the cities. But your clients might be quite varied. How do you work with your clients in convincing about initiatives in your urban planning that has an influence in climate?
Good afternoon, all. This is very tricky questions when we are doing practices. But this is not very tough. Why so? Because we have to leave one space. So to address this question, I would like to say 2 words. That is, what does it mean by the city? The city, this word comes from, that is the French word site, C-I-T-E. And site, it comes from another word, that is the Latin word, that is civitas. Civitas means citizenship. So city, basically the citizen concentric space. There are 2 aspects. What is the citizen? One is the space. So when we are imposing something, that should be acceptable to the citizen. That citizen makes, it is also government, it is a client, it is a different stakeholder, different SPBs, the civil societies, so many. And there is a space where, that is where we have to do that thing. Being a planner and urban planner, I'm environmental planner basically. So I'm practicing environmental planning. So what does this mean by the urban and environmental planning differences? That is, when we are doing the planning, urban planning should be the environmental friendly planning, right? So that I am practicing. So in that case, when we are imposing some technology, because when we have to give the services, we have to give several innovative technology to address the issues, because issues are always bigger than the what we are never facing it. So that's why this required our solution. So when we're giving this innovation, there is some lacuna, some acceptance, there is several causes to be addressed, as well as pieces are not there. There should be the fund lacuna, so many things are there. So what we have to do, with the last 19 years of practices, I have come across one not conclusion I can say, but one statement that should be some cost benefit analysis to address to this technology, because this technology should not be the solution. It all not giving the solution. It is diluting this issues in that time. So with the years, the technology will be changed, problem will be addressed, but this the citizens are same, spaces are same. So that needs to be addressed, and that's why that what is this the requirement to be addressed, what is the cost benefit analysis, where the space allocation should be there, citizens payback policy should be addressed, that government should have this capacity, or the client or that area or local body has the capacity to address, to run, to sustain this mechanism, then only then any innovative technology should be addressed to this matter. For this example, I can say that I have done my thesis that is in solid waste management. So then I have done 366 towns analysis, and I have done 5 spaces, means towns case studies. So what I have seen is several technology has been addressed in this the highest GDP area, that is in Gurgaon, that is RDF, but it is completely failure. Why it is? Because it is not about the fund, but they don't know the knowledge. And there is the one space that is in Solan, and that is the composting plant, and there the city is manageable situation. How could it be possible? They don't have fund, but they know the technology. So the knowledge is very important. Second is the citizen-centric innovation should be there. Third is the space where we are imposing that thing, the space, the regional condition, their atmosphere, and then climate. That climate can sustain it or not. That to be addressed. Then only the holistic solution can be addressed in city planning.
Am I right to understand that if we can... So am I right to understand that by identifying the problems that the cities or your clients are facing, and then finding solutions to them, you're able to kind of convince them much better that what I'm proposing is a solution to those problems. Great, thanks. So next question to both Rajendra and Shruti. So you work with both public and private, and Shruti mostly with the public sector clients. And we've seen a lot of work happening on the mitigation front. Is adaptation also now coming to the forefront? Are you seeing more emphasis on climate adaptation?
Yes, very much. In fact, it is becoming a business model. For example, I do in 4 cities under PPP model street lights, where we have gone to municipal corporation and created a SPV. I can tell you the cities: Pune, Nashik, here in Delhi, Noida city, and in Ludhiana, where each city have average 1 lakh street lights, and municipality is not in a capacity to upgrade them with the energy efficient LED lights. Big capex is required, and that's where we pitched in. We upgrade the whole city, created a SPV which resulted into 55% to 65% energy saving from their last energy usage.
So that would be more of a mitigation.
Yes.
Is there any adaptation project also that you would like to highlight? Climate adaptation?
Climate adaptation directly no, because we are a system integrator. We are not policy maker. We come into play only when a bid is announced, RFP is placed. So maybe the consultant with the government bodies come up with a project, RFP is published, and based on those conditions, we go and bid on them. So directly we are not involved in, we are towards the execution side.
Great, thanks.
So Atif, I think that there is no other option left, right? So I'll just set this context a little bit. With the sort of deluge that happened in Bangalore with rain, the outer ring road, and probably you would know this, there was just one sort of a road had a loss of 200 crores in one day, right? And this is due to urban flooding. So if you do not look at resilience in a holistic way, not only the city but the private sector, this calculation was undertaken by the association of merchants that had shops, because they just couldn't have people. I mean, they lost this money because the roads were so flooded. So resilience is becoming so important now to be integrated within how the city operates, that we are seeing increasingly plans and projects that are coming up. Obviously, globally, and I'll give you some examples really quickly, but globally, making resilience bankable is an issue, right? And we are working on that because institutions like IFC and the World Bank need to start sort of supporting those projects in a big way. So there's a lot that Atif can take back and work on. But for example, I'll give you 3 examples. We have cities, so we work with cities across the world where they sign global accelerators, which are commitments, right? And we have 6 C40 cities, and I think out of them, about 5 cities have signed something that we call the Urban Nature Accelerator, which looks at balancing the blue and green infrastructure, which involves also bringing multi-stakeholders like the private sector and the city and the state together to identify solutions on resilience that can become a part of the city. The second example I want to give you, and that's a part of the implementation of the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, that there was an accelerator created for nature-based solutions by Mumbai that's being housed by IIT Bombay in Mumbai. And the third example that I want to give you, that we are currently working with the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority that is updating its master plan to see how resilience or blue-green infrastructure can become a part of the long-term urban plan of the city, which really looks at how, and I think that to me as a climate action professional is the ultimate, right? When the city can actually integrate climate action in its long-term economic and master plans, it kind of locks in the way you look at resilience and climate, right? So we are working currently with the Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority to actually look at that. And that is also in partnership with the World Bank that is supporting almost $1 billion through the Chennai Cities Partnership Project there. So these are some examples, and I think it's not enough is happening, but something is happening in resilience.
Great to hear that, because politicians, public officials are famous for not looking beyond the next election. So I'm glad they're looking much beyond into these things.
But sorry, Atif, I just want to say that this has now become this has become immediate, right? Because urban flooding is going to kind of put the city at halt now. Urban heating is going to stall. The economic losses of urban heating haven't even been captured, right? I mean, the cities are going to be at standstill. So now these are becoming election issues.
Yeah, actually, that's a very important point. If it becomes an election issue, then it will happen. All these changes will be so much faster. Thanks. Next 2 questions, or next question to both 2 panelists, Santosh and Dr. Sanhita. We know that for any well-planned project, you need good data. Is having good data, access to good data problem in India, in our cities? And is the situation becoming better? Are we now getting better and better data? Just 2 minutes if you can take.
I would certainly say it's a major issue today. I don't think we are taking data-based decisions, quite honestly. I'll just give you a couple of examples. Let's say I have a busy junction and and then there is a proposal from a builder to build a mall around that junction. What would I do? I would go back and say, yeah, I think यहाँ पे traffic बहुत ज़्यादा है, कम है and all that. But I don't think we really are measuring the vehicle flow, the junction timings, and the saturation of that particular stretch, and then say if the saturation is between 0.6 and 0.8, I would give an approval for a mall. If it is beyond 1.2, I can only build a park there. That's it. So I don't think we have got the data really. And I'll give you an instance on how this data can, data-based analysis can really help build resilient cities. Now, if you look at Qatar World Cup, there's huge amount of people that got gathered, right? And the traffic, the whole roads were chock-a-block. But imagine the football teams and the supporting staff had to commute to these various stadia, without being interrupted. That's when I think a technology, SCANS, was actually deployed there. What it did, it prioritized 327 team buses over 150 junctions, responding to 11,000 and odd green signals. Now imagine doing a World Cup in Bangalore or taking a decision to do it, let's say, in somewhere else. I mean, we would need humongous amount of data. I don't think we are there yet, but there clearly is a way forward, is what I see with smart cities. Quite frankly, I think there is. I like the comment that OP made earlier about building capacity. But I think in addition to that, I think there's a need for us to build capability. Now, if you look at how the data is being generated, we've got a basic model of how a smart city is built today. And I was talking to an IIT professor just yesterday, and he said, if there's a question to the government official to say whether should I invest in innovation technology or should I just meet my needs, he would most likely come back and say, let's invest in innovation technology rather than meeting my needs. So I think that's where we are today. I don't think we are there yet, but with initiatives such as what we're all doing, and with data as the base, buildings, for example, I was talking, contributes to around 40% of global emissions, right? And I don't think we're doing enough in buildings space as such, And if you just are able to gather data of energy consumption from buildings, you can deploy your policies that much more easily. If you collect data from how many vehicles are being commuted at what time and what can be saved in case if such technologies are deployed, I think we would make tremendously data-based decisions in cities today.
And it would be great to have that data open as well.
Absolutely.
Open data. Great. Thanks.
I would like to add to Santosh that the data is very important. That's what he told. But the same data we are collecting several times for the several projects. For as an example, I'm telling that last 1.5 years I was working in several cities in UP for a vision plan, for 50 years vision plan, right? So that data we have asked for the several stakeholders, several government part. So they are providing the same data when they have given to those master plan. So I say that it is the 5 years back data. So we have that much data we have gathered for them. So we can give you this thing. So if you ask, then we have to take 1 more year. So the same data they are giving, and the thing is that when they have given this, just Mr. Enani said that the bid has been made, then RFP has been framed, and then we have to execute, being a consultant or this executor. So we have some time period, but we are losing the time to take the data from the several departments. So that's why the data should be free to all for the access, for the analysis. That is most important. Secondly, that the database is very important. Without data, that nothing can be generated. Then the policy decision or execution or planning, basically, it is not possible at all. So make the resilient city. We are talking about this smart climate change, climate resilient, all these things what need a data. That is true.
Is the situation getting better?
That is, I think, when I passed, I mean, when I was a student, then 20 years back, the same thing is happening. So this situation is not that much. Wherever the several platform has come up, GIS, satellite, and all this thing, DBMS, so BIM policies, there are so many things. But this, I think, we should be a little bit smarter.
Well, Asif, I think I just wanted to add that I think the data, generating data manually is not data in my opinion. No, it's like, it's not through surveys, yes or no's. I think data will have to be digitally generated without human intervention. I think that's the key to success.
Scale. Yeah. Great. So we are at our last question now, and I'll pose it to every panelist here, starting with Shruti. If you can identify some immediate opportunities, as you rightly said, the time to act is now. We cannot really wait for much longer. What immediate opportunities do you see in our cities to make them climate smart, and what kind of hindrances do you see there? Are those policy hindrances, capacities, or investments, or what kind of issues are blocking those immediate opportunities to be utilized or capitalized?
So that's a very unfair last question, I think, because I think there's so much we can talk about this, but I'm going to try and do justice to this. So I think the two sectors that are really important, and I'm going to focus on maybe mitigation, like our energy and building and transport, mobility, right? Because I think there's a way to build resilience into them. I think it's also very important to have that lens of how you can integrate resilience into these, right? So, and in terms of, for example, a project where you can just look at municipal buildings or private sector kind of committing to 100% zero, net zero, and how do you get there? Those are very tangible projects that can really result in, some real impacts very quickly, like mobility, for example, right? The whole, and when I say, I want to say that, when we talk about mobility, we just talk about electrification, and I think we need to look at it more holistically, like making cities more walkable, safe for people to go, because a lot of time, incentives are given, but people don't take them because they're not just safe to get on a bus, even if it's free, right? So kind of looking at incentives in a very holistic way from an inclusion angle is also very important. And then the hindrances and all of the ones that you said, so it's very difficult to point to one or two, but I think if I would say two critical ones that we come across, one is on capacity and capability. As I think I really like the way you said it, because I think it's very, very important. And that also links to data, right? Because sometimes data is available, but people don't have the capacity or the capability to just keep it regularly updated or have that institutional history of data, right? So one person gets transferred, the other one comes, starts the whole effort again. So that institutional history is missing. And obviously the second one I think is finance, right? Like credit worthiness of cities and how do they get there, what happens is the critical roadblock that needs to be unlocked.
The capacity, capability, and continuity. Maybe. 3 C's. Great, thanks. Please.
Just one final thought from my side, I think, and that is the way we are investing money and measuring outcome. I don't think there's a bridge at all today. We make an investment, we make it big, and we don't really measure the outcome, in that way. So I don't think there is enough evaluation. I take this example. There are 100 smart cities today, and maybe, I'm just guessing, 60 or 70 of them may have deployed ETCS solutions. Has there been any evaluation on how much time it has reduced or how much fuel consumption it has reduced? I think that's where I really talk about capability. I think we really need to have the academy, industry, government collaboration. The evaluator, the sponsor of the project cannot be the evaluator. I think I would clearly insist that projects be awarded basis the results. It should be an outcome-based execution.
Well, I think that's a great point. Evaluation of all the efforts on the outcome. So basically M and V. Great. Right. Thanks, Rajendra, please.
What Santosh said, I may try to say it in more plain language, that all these great thoughts of a smart cities are landing at the door of municipal corporation. So ultimately they are the executor of this project, and the whole system of awarding the project and their execution and the payment to contractor, unless that part is streamlined, the problem is not going to get resolved. Still the project gets awarded in government authority on a L1 tender. You want to buy the cheapest solution, the category will be done this way, then where all those quality parameters will be measured. So we need, even the SPVs have come, but those SPVs are still governed under municipal bodies, and the system of contract awarding, remuneration, all that needs a good project management practices. Otherwise the outcome and the next level of quality parameters. So you expect a contractor to collect this data and come up with new thought process to economize them, but what is incentive for him? Because his first incentive is the project financially viable. The smart city success story is also, they have changed the status of cities. There are many success stories, but there are many failures which also need to get corrected, and project execution is one of the key strengths need to be built up.
Absolutely, and what cannot be measured cannot be improved, right? Yeah.
Yes. Basically, upholding of the procurement process and the contracting process.
So I'll be adding one more point, that when they are talking about the database analysis, M&E, and this execution way or procurement procedure. So I will say that the space. So we have to look into also the space. Why? Because because when we are talking about the smart city, the city is a space, and that space should not be looked into only the horizontal manner. It should be into the vertical manner, because we have environmental thing, that is me and my surroundings. There is it is driven by this the 5 cardinal element, that is water, air, fire, universe, and the land. So that land, if you're connecting all these 5 points one to other, then it comes to the pyramid. So that pyramid gives it the 3-dimensional value, visionary. So the city should not think about, and if we'll put our city, our citizen into the center point of that thing, and all these 5 elements are surrounding it, so these all connecting gives a 3-dimensional space. So that's why when there's a capacity building, they are doing Shruti and Santosh is also taking care of this database and good analysis to give this the better solution. Then the executor we have the finance. So we have to think about this, that everything is working on space, and then this space, it is not only the horizontal space, because citizens are over bulging, but space is limited. So how to control that space through the database analysis, that to be also addressed in the smart city.
Thank you, Dr. Bandyopadhyay. I think this was a very enriching discussion, but we've not finished yet. I know a lot of you must have some thoughts, some opinions, so we'll open it for questions. Maybe we'll start from there.
Mr. Inani, is our new parliament building is carbon neutral? Is there any mechanism in place to capture carbon or mitigate the impact of CO2? And Honorable Moderator, one question for you. Do you think ESG parameter is a boon or ban for financing urban smart cities? And Shruti, you talked about climate budgeting. So do you think climate auditing is a predecessor for climate budgeting? If yes, what are components of those 2 factors? Kindly respond. Thank you.
Regarding parliament, yes, there are mechanisms to measure it continuously, because this building is going to be under operation and maintenance with Tata Projects for next 5 years. And these were the very basic parameters taken for all environmental factors, and it will be monitored.
Yeah, very quickly on the ESG question. So yes, absolutely, it is a requirement now. In fact, if you look at any of the major climate financing principles, so IFC also developed the Equator principles. If you look at those, now it is becoming an essential part. So it's going to be mandatory rather than just an add-on.
And on the question on climate budgeting and auditing, yes, like we need to do a climate action plan to be able to do a climate budgeting, because one needs to know the actions that one needs to mainstream within the budgets.
Gentleman over there.
My question is, Mr. Santosh, you gave the example of Saharanpur and Jamnagar. What about the AQI going worse in Delhi, Bangalore, and other metro cities? Is the trial example, or this example as a trial, or?
We need data. I don't think we have data here.
No, I'm just asking.
Quite frankly, I think I think it should start with big cities. You're absolutely right. I think where there is density of people, I think that's where I think the solutions will have to be implemented. I don't think we have it yet.
If you see the AQI of Delhi and other, it's in the red.
Yeah.
Why can't we start from these?
No, can't agree with you more. I wish there is someone here from the Delhi municipality or from the Delhi governance here. But
No,
yes,
not
I mean, I
about
can't
the
agree
Delhi
with you more.
government, but why initiative not taken, or the proposal not came, or?
I don't think we have the right people in the forum here to respond to that, but it's a valid question. Gentleman at the back.
थैंक यू चेयरमैन मैं से हरीश कुमार फ्रॉम CSTV मेरा फर्स्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन है वी आर टॉकिंग द क्लाइमेट इश्यूज वी आर फेसिंग द energy issues we are facing the environmental issue we are facing the ecological footprint issues question is how to change our system we have the smart city project we have the green city project solar city project inclusive city project where the ecology how to increase the ecology what should the include if you not get the clean air clean water clean shelter clean food how get the energy in our body so there is a need of a clean city development so mera point hai one is create a one model on clean city resilient city accessible city financial city or inclusion of all type of technology ICT is available everything is available is Google is there everything is available but there is not an inclusion of any kind so there is not an eco-city development how to increase the ecological footprint so get the clean air clean water clean shelter clean food become economy of the country
Thank you for the question. Anybody would like to respond? I think that we when we talked about definition of a smart city, one of the first things was quality of life. Quality of the life of the citizens. Unless that is impacted, that is improved, rest of the investments don't make much sense. That is the essential point. So you're absolutely right. That should be the core of any smart city development. And I think it's already happening to a large extent, but maybe need to be emphasized more. Any further questions? One question to Santosh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jannat Vadwa from Cargo Construction. We are into equipment leasing. And this is the question for Mr. Inani, that so many smart cities are getting constructed. So are you planning to have same asphalt roads which create lots of pollution, or are you changing the technology coming into concrete roads or some other kind of roads or pavements which other European countries have? Thank you.
Your question is valid, but we are not the decision makers. We are a contractor. So we are building the ring road in Chennai, 2000 crore rupees project, but the specifications are driven by the city planners. So we only bring a new technology to speedy execution, but what is the material to be used and what specification, we follow what our principals want. I can put it in simple way. That way.
Thank you.
Another question just to add to yours, that if you might be aware, those smoke towers in Delhi, one at the Connaught Place and another one in Anand Vihar, which were made in consultation with University of Minnesota and IIT Bombay. Those are constructed by Tata Projects. But past many months, those are not working. Again, issue with the government execution. we don't get paid or we don't get clearances. So we need to see how the environment sensitivity goes in those decision maker parlance, and they take a decision on that in timely. That also matters. So we talk all things in theoretical manner, how it goes into execution, and where it makes economic sense and the financial stability. That also need to be looked into.
Thank you. We'll take two more questions. So, gentleman at the back.
My question is to Mr. Santosh. Mr. Santosh, like you know, you are aware of a Delhi city where sometimes the driving signs is not there on the roads, right? That's a very important thing when we want to control the traffic, right? So Delhi has two kind of a bigger, main issues. All offices are opening at the same time. Flux of the traffic is always there on the one road. I have given Mr. Kejriwal a solution when the pollution was there that Delhi should be divided into the 4 zones, and the 4 zones can have a time period of half an hour. After half an hour, each office zone should open after a half an hour difference, kind of a thing. People will be not at the road at the one time, right? So that the flux will be very less. The traveling time will be very less. The pollution emission will be very less. That is the one point of aspect. Second, if we see towards that in our condition, like all the sweepers come down onto the street in the morning time. So in the morning, the traffic sometimes, because the sweepers are cleaning or the machines which are cleaning the roads are already there on the roads, right? So that is also consuming the time and blocking the traffic. Third is another issue is the planters. You have a median roads where the irrigation of the planters is being done by the, this kind of your trucks having a, hose pipe, and they are slowly moving and they are blocking the traffic like kind of thing. So the main thing is that if we can address these two cleaning, if we are talking of, everybody is talking of Europe and all kind of thing. We have gone to Europe, you see that Europe at 4 o'clock in the morning, you see that sweepers are coming and cleaning down the city. So if that can be adopted, at least one problem can be taken care of. Second, irrigation of the medians and all kind of a thing. Lot of technologies are available. You can do with the automatic irrigation systems and all kind of a stuff that can be mitigated. And where the city itself, a planner can take the mayor can take a kind of issue, like Delhi has a 4 hub center. One is a central Delhi, one is a Janakpuri, one is a Nehru Place, and one is the East Delhi. So if opposite directions are open in a different time, just as a span of half an hour.
Let's have the response now. So I think the question is clear.
First of all, I love the passion in your question and the answer that you've gave. So I think you've got both the question and the answer in your comment. But yes, just very shortly, it's entirely possible that all these interventions, ideas can be tested and deployed basis the data that is generated from those cities. And it's very, I would say, possible. I mean, I can give you an example of how Singapore is done. Singapore has designed, if you have heard of how Singapore is very innovatively taxing more for cars, reducing for public transportation, spreading the times around, basically making that the city is decongested. So, the traffic data can be fully utilized to deploy such principles. Yeah.
Okay, one last question here. Okay, turn the mic on, please. Mic.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Rajendra Inani. Tata, 5-6 years back, Tata Projects executed the project of this Dravyavati River Manisha Nalla drain in Jaipur during the previous government's regime, Vasundhara Raje BJP government.
Yes.
So, I want to know the status, present status. Is it still, you are maintaining it also? Is it still working, or, you just implemented it and got completed and then it was handed over back to the government? So, what is the status? Because in Ahmedabad, this Sabarmati Riverfront Development Project was very successful. But I gather that this Jaipur, this thing, Manisha Nalla project, after it was completed, it is not being maintained very well. So it is not.
So there are issues with payment collections. So that 1700 crore project has been executed successfully. Even the property rates have changed in Jaipur city. But after that, there has been budget issues with the government, and major payments with the Tata has been withheld, and we are struggling to, so in between we stop the maintenance. Maintenance is very much in our scope to just arm twist the government, and I think now things are being resolved. So there has been issues as a contractor and employer
Yeah,
relationship.
because the government got changed from BJP
No,
to
it
Congress.
is nothing
So the
to
continuity
do
of
with, I don't want to make any political statement. There were issues.
Maybe you can catch up
Yes.
later one-on-one. And
Right.
so I think we've run out of time, unfortunately. So you can please contact our panelists separately. Okay, if you make it very, very brief.
Mr. Nani, you just gave an example of Jaipur, the government payment issues, blah, blah. I'm just linking with that, the new parliament. You will be having a contract for 5 years. What about after 5 years? Will the same situation will come arise or?
No. So
Because the
usually,
building, whatever you, the news,
trying to answer that.
news says the 150 years, the building structure is there.
No. So when a typical project comes, normally 3 to 5 year or 10-year operation and maintenance contract is given to the who has built the building. After 5 years, they may extend with the same contractor. They may come up with a bid to someone else to maintain it. These are typical norms of this one. So even when you buy a new apartment with a builder, there is 2-year warranty from the, or 5-year warranty from the builder. After that, the housing society has to maintain the building. That kind of situation. Nothing. So it is designed for 150 years or 100 years. That is part of the design taken place. So when they verify the parameters, what you have supplied, the strength and those things, they are considered calculations based on that. Yeah. So, but right now, immediate 5-year maintenance is within the part of the construction contract. That is the next government will decide.
Okay, I
Yes.
think the interesting question, but let's continue that discussion separately. Thank you all the panelists for the enriching thoughts and sharing your opinion and your experiences. I'll finish with one final thought. I just happened to read a report that was just issued in this month only by the World Bank called the Thriving City. So those of you interested in smart city or whatever we call it, climate smart city projects, I think you should read that report. It's done a great job in simplifying the whole issue. And so what the author are saying that firstly identify which problem are you trying to resolve. Let's be very, very clear about it. And then once you've figured that out, what are you trying to tackle regarding that problem? Is it, so there are 5 I's they mentioned. Is it the information? Is it the incentives? Is it the insurance? Is it integration? Or is it investments? So which of these 5 I's are you trying to tackle to resolve that issue? And then who your partners are, that also is clear. And finally, how do you prioritize the issues that are out there, prioritize the interventions? So I think it's a great kind of way of putting it all together and simplifying, and a lot of you are already demonstrating that. So thank you for sharing your experiences, and thank you again for being part of this discussion.
Thanks to the esteemed moderator and the esteemed panelists. May I request you all to please join us back in the audience. Thank you. With that, we conclude this panel discussion, which was panel discussion 2. Please bear with us while we get the stage ready for the next panel discussion, which is panel discussion 3. And for the question which was coming from the gentleman sitting at the back, sir, you were more than generous in saying that sometimes it is difficult to control traffic in Delhi. I would say you were very, very generous. Unfortunately, in a city which is in a hurry to get developed very fast, very soon, it is impossible to control everyone all the time. Hence the cleaning staff, hence the office goers, hence everybody wants to be at their office at 10 in the morning. And since we are family oriented, we are all in a hurry to get back home in the evenings too. So we are quickly moving on to panel discussion 3, which is entitled Digital Solutions for a More Livable Future. The moderator for this session and the esteemed panelists are as follows. I'll once again request you all to please kindly remain seated We are not taking a break. We are quickly moving on to our next panel discussion. The moderator of this session is Mr. Nishit Pathak, Global Lead, Architecture and Innovation for Cloud and Infrastructure, DXC Technology. The panelists for this session are as follows: Mr. Rajesh Mathur, Senior Director Strategy, ESRI India; Mr. Mithilesh Kumar, Head of Bids and Engineering, Smart Cities and Utilities Business, L&T Technology Services; Mr. M.A. Johar, President, Project Business, CP+; Mr. Rakesh Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, Ishan Technologies; Mr. Ashish Khare, General Manager and Global Head, IoT and Smart Cities, Wipro Limited. May I once again request you all to please kindly be seated. I request the audio team to please increase the volume on the mic. Audio team, if you could please increase the volume on the mic. I request you all to please kindly be seated. Henny. Please be seated as we are ready to start with our next panel discussion. With that, I hand it over to the session moderator, Mr. Nishit Pathak, Global Lead, Architecture and Innovation for Cloud and Infrastructure, DXC Technology. It's over to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishit. I'm from DXC Technologies, heads the global architecture and innovation capability. Out here, I think this is the last session, so would be requesting you all to be a little bit patient to understand and see how we can really make it more energetic, more collaborative and all. It's an hour session, so what I'm going to do is I will, just start presenting the theme of the session, which is all about digital solution for more livable futures. We talked about a lot on, smart cities, what we can do. There's a plethora of technologies that has been bombarding, every time and then you keep on understanding about new technologies. These days, generative AI has really been more popular than anything else. And, we want to just make sure that how can we use these technologies to create more livable futures, make cities really more smarter. And with me, there are, 5 panelists out here. We have Rajesh ji, we have Mithilesh from L&T, we have Mr. Johar from CP+, we have Rakesh Kumar from Ishani Tech, and we have also Ashish Khare from Wipro. So we have the mix of, the team and the panel, which contains quite a good experience on technology area and how can we make sure that these technologies can really be made more adaptive, and this is something which is more important for them. So as we started talking about the technologies, I will directly delve into some of the we started doing some sort of research how to make sure that this address most of the questions that most people who are sitting in the audience have. Try to gather it up and consolidate. So I had, created some questions around it, and that is something that I'm going to, throw it out to the panel. One of the thing when we started talking about smart cities, there were definition about smart cities, like a 6-year boy can really walk the plane and all of those. the first thing that is very, very important is all about security, right? So as smart cities heavily rely on, digital infrastructure, how can we ensure, physical and cyber security in the area of interconnectedness has been there? So I have a question. This is which I want to really open it out to Mr. Johar, Ashish, and Mr. Rakesh. That what are the challenges and potential solutions that you address when there are security concerns for creating a more livable future? So, Mr. Johar.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I think the last session is always a good session to conclude because everybody was waiting to go home. See, thing is this, right? From morning we are hearing that what we can do in smart city and what can be done and what more we can do. I just want to highlight upon is that what we have done and how effectively we can use those resources which are already in place. So these are the two things which we are going to discuss with certain examples, especially on physical security, because I come from the background of CCTV, where we are providing surveillance cameras, which is the eye of any smart move you do, either with city or for security. So when I come from that background, we have installed cameras in many cities, and those cameras are the first thing to be installed and making it operational in any smart city or safe city project which has happened in India. So almost all smart cities are working with those cameras. Now come on to the usage of these digital security, what we are working upon and how it is beneficial on. See, thing is this, that smart cities are always under municipal corporation, but these cameras are mostly used by police for traffic management, which is basically part of a smart city, that intelligent traffic management. And the second most thing which is happening and which is not there in the agenda is the crime control, or basically finding out the fact and investigation, helping into the investigation of any crime. That basically makes a major part of any smart city. If you make the city crime free, it is become automatically safe. If you can catch on the defaulters, whether it is traffic defaulters or other defaulters, on the spot with evidence, then you are out of that. So that is helpful for you. I just give you an example. A lady crossing the road with a mobile phone, and that is the example what we have given when I was inaugurating, the minister was inaugurating Ludhiana Safe City, and we were showing them the demonstration. A lady was crossing the road, she was on the phone, a bike hit her, and then she basically moved on to the another side of the road where a Maruti van coming from that side that hit her. Now, it was not the fault of bike guy, it was not the fault of that guy. But if you do not have those kind of evidences, then you catch upon onto the vehicle guys. So these are the things which are helpful in making the city more safe, more comfortable for this. If a citizen knows that yes, I am being watched, I am being surveillance, as we say in CP Plus that upar wala sab dekh raha hai. When we say that upar wala sab dekh raha hai, then citizens are a bit alert on this, that we should not do that, and the vehicle ones, with the vehicle owners or the crime guys would also be alert that they should not do it. I think
Perfectly pointed out, right? So Ashish, your thoughts on that from the security perspective?
Okay, let me just add to what Johar said. Ultimately, human nature is it gets aligned only when there is either a punishment or a penalty or combined with a policy. And that's where the physical security whole aspect comes in. Now, jumping on to the cyber security larger aspect, smart cities are such in terms of the mix of technologies that cyber security challenges are biggest. An office or say bank or the manufacturing unit, they have part of those challenges only, because this is one place where deployment is in public. So there is a physical intervention which is possible. This has IT technologies, this has OT technologies, which is operations technologies, which ultimately and multiplies the kind of challenges and impact of those threats onto the larger community as well as the systems. And this is one area which is not focused that high globally. I'm not talking about just India. And now people are taking necessary measures because while cybersecurity from IT perspective or IP perspective have been a standard across units, but OT security has been ignored over a period. For both reasons. One, despite having major grid failures or grid hacks, despite having major fire the alarm system hacks, those events were not propagated that well, and that's why the measures were not taken. Second, the technology also was maturing. So one is getting a right technology, second is getting a single point of contact or single point of owner, either at a consulting stage or at a system integration stage. Because smart cities will have multiple phases, multiple suppliers, multiple system integrators over a period. Even if there is a MSI, that MSI is for that one project. Next bid he may not win. So whatever we say, that's all say assumption that one MSI for one city. That may be true for 1 or 2 years. A city is not 1-2 years affair. So security should be seen as an independent track which should cut across various projects. Then having a city's security policy is another important thing which is normally not focused on. There are cyber security policies for enterprises, for government, for public sector in general, but cities need a better fine-tuned policy as such. So these are the areas which need to be definitely focused. Getting into the physical security further with the advent of 5G and with better cloud edge AI kind of technologies, definitely this can get into next and next generation. So while there is a maturity on base technologies, there are enabling technologies which are making it even better. So this combination can definitely make a change in our lives and the quality of life.
So apart from that, I think, from the physical perspective, cyber security, I think one which is really more important is to create an awareness of the cyber security from the training perspective, so that the people are aware. The example what Mr. Johar was giving from the lady walking the floor with a phone, mobile phone, was really a classic example about it. I want to also, apart from that, I think from a topological perspective, the network architecture also have a say about it, right? So Rakesh, you want to share some thoughts from the security aspects?
Yeah. So we live in a cyber domain, so cyber security comes along with it. That is for sure. But in the smart city, what happens is that we are also dealing with the citizens here. So it is different as compared to what we look at cyber city otherwise in banking sectors or other sectors. So it is very important that we look at the cyber security holistically with the smart cities. Now, smart cities has got 3-4 components. One is CCC. Then there are sensors, as Ashish ji mentioned, with respect to IoT. Then also there are platforms. So we need to have an end-to-end, as you also mentioned, with respect to the cybersecurity, with respect to the technology. So we need to have an end-to-end, cybersecurity policies, compliances using technology, so that we, safeguard our cities. The end-to-end could be with respect to devices. They need to be tamper-proof. We need to have encryptions on the wireless and wired communication. We need to have, the transport protocols on the connectivity piece. We need to have, authorization, access control, authentication, these kinds of things with respect to users. Users should have, multi-level, multi-factor authorization, authentication, that needs to be done. So these are, I mean, what needs to be done is that it is a mixture of technology, policies, standard operating procedures which we need to follow with respect to smart cities. That needs to be done. The basic idea is that, you know, we should identify the threat where it is, we should detect it, we should protect it, and then we should, you know, recover from that particular thing. So, you know, we should have backups also in that case with respect to data, because that is very important. If there's a threat, I mean, cybersecurity attack has taken place and we have lost the data, there should be backup on that. That's my view on this cybersecurity and smart city.
Great points. I think as we continue talking about it, right, you know, and one of the discussion and one of the point is all about emerging technologies, right? So plethora of technologies coming out, and one of the things that I want to see, you know, from especially from Mithilesh, from you, right? See, these all technologies are really coming and bombarding us, right? So from one way AI, so there is IoT, then a combination of AI, IoT, there are blockchain, a lot of technologies are coming out. Then from the network perspective, there are 5G and all that stuff. What are the focus area from the smart city for a livable future? If you can just share your thoughts as well, right? From key focus areas.
So I think, some of the core areas which we should definitely address is one, the health management, because what we see today that we have smart cities, but especially into the rural areas and all, right? So we don't have enough, either the connectivity or probably we don't have enough equipments. For example, let's say there are certain states, right, where the number of cancer patients are very high, right? Specifically, if I talk about, let's say we can take an example of Assam, but we don't have that infrastructure available over there. What happens normally if somebody is infected because of this? They have to travel to some of the nearest cities, for example, Calcutta, Mumbai, and Delhi. So coming to using these emerging technologies, why don't we use this and create such infrastructure which can help the citizens over there, in terms of, let's say, if we talk specific on the communication side, let's say take 5G, right? Using the 5G infrastructure, we can create a PHCs, the public healthcare units, which can actually take care of the initial stage of any kind of treatments, right? We might not need highly qualified doctors available there every time, but we can have all those doctors available, over a video call and all, right? Because we have the infrastructure available. So this is one of the area definitely which we should address. Secondly, I should also like to touch upon the education sector, right? Because education is also not, as effective today, as it should be, considering the infrastructure what we have from the smart cities point of view. So, similar kind of infrastructure from the education point of view also should be created, so that especially at the rural areas and all, when we don't have the teachers available over there, why don't these schools have the conferencing systems available, smart schools available, which can utilize that, and with the same available resources from the teaching point of view can be utilized for those students who is not able to take care because of the scarcity of the teachers and all. So yeah, that's my view on this.
No, certainly, right. See, my thought process is, right, when you are talking about education, right, it is all about digital inclusion, if I really call it out in a right way. Healthcare, definitely, yes. Energy crisis has been there. You would have heard about energy crisis. So how can we utilize the technology from the energy crisis and utilize it out to resolve the energy stuff? Sustainability is again one of the things that are been there. And environmental is again one of the area where we definitely need to focus. Extending this question to Rajesh ji, right? Since you are coming from the GIS background, right? How can we use the technology from the GIS perspective to create more livable futures, right? Apart from, if you want to add something that what has been already told by Mithilesh and myself,
Yeah.
right? You want to add something?
Sure. Well, as Nishit said, I come from a GIS company, and GIS is the foundation technology used by cities across the globe, including right here in our own country. It's a foundation technology which integrates different business processes, different workflows in a city. Over the last few years, we also seen GIS embracing all the major developments which happen in the IT world, be it AI, machine learning, deep learning, IoT, big data analytics, augmented reality, virtual reality, digital twins, you name it. Let me give a few examples how this integration is working for the benefit of the cities. Taking off from what Mithilesh talked about healthcare. Now, one of the methods of health service delivery that has gained a lot of traction during COVID is telemedicine, telecare, where since it wasn't possible for patients other than COVID patients to go to a doctor for consultancy, virtual technologies were used, communication system was used, telemedicine was used to connect the patient to the doctor. Today's IoT systems are enabling sensor devices to be placed on a patient's body which monitor various parameters which are managed by the nursing station somewhere in the city or somewhere in the world. And if they notice any aberration, they can tell the patient, you need to go visit a doctor. If this device is made location aware, the nursing station would not only know what the problem is, but also where the patient is located. And therefore, tell the patient, we've seen on the map, you are in this location, in this city. Maybe this is the hospital you should go to for consultancy right now. That's one example. But examples from successful deployments in our own country other than healthcare. One is solid waste management, where integration of IoT with GIS is making smart bins location aware. So as soon as the garbage level reaches a certain threshold, predetermined level, it not only sends an alert that I'm getting filled, clear me up. It also tells the control room where the bin is located, and therefore the pickup truck can come and clear the garbage. Likewise, sensor located on water pipes monitor the water pressure and the flow of water, and if there's any problem with the water flow, it can report back. Again, location is tracked. But just one or two quick examples. Let's talk about AI machine learning. Again, there are several case studies where use of machine learning and deep learning along with GIS is making cities certainly more livable, so to speak. For instance, one of the challenges that most cities, not only in India but the world, are facing is water scarcity. And many city administrators are working on identifying and preserving water bodies or recharging making strategy to recharge the existing water bodies in the city. Using high resolution satellite imagery and IoT and augmented reality, machine learning, you can identify all the water bodies in the city, also the surface area and the other parameters about it, so that corrective action can be taken to fix a problem. And there could be other, in the interest of time, I probably stop right here.
Yeah.
I can see you're getting impatient.
There might be, like, I want to just make sure that we have more questions answered.
Sure.
Like that's the whole thing, right? Because there will be lot more questions to be answered at. See, now there are a lot of technologies. Let's talk, specific to, couple of technologies. Let's say, 5G or IoT, right? I think all of us has already talked about. So Rakesh, my question to you, how can, 5G and IoT can be taken by a telecom company, for example, to create more, livable stuff?
Yeah, so as I spoke earlier with respect to the smart city components, one thing which was there was the sensors. Now, sensors play a very important role in the smart city operation. So with the advent of 5G, we are going to have lots of IoT sensors all around. And 5G is going to make sure that we are at the right place now with respect to 5G, that, we are going to have these kinds of operations in these times. Now, why 5G? 5G has got, better speeds, better throughput. It is much more reliable, secure, and it can accommodate many numbers of, IoT devices. And that is what we are going to look at. If you look at the IoT devices, there's a report which says that, by 2025, we are going to have 75 billion devices, IoT devices, which need to be connected. So 5G is going to be, the technology with which we are going to, start the have the smart city operations.
Great. See, enhanced network connectivity, smart infrastructure can be the way, but, Rakesh, if you want to add some sort of thoughts from your side. So I think, and Mitesh, you want to share your thoughts from the 5G and telecom you were saying about it.
Yeah, so from the 5G point of view, anyway, I've touched upon the healthcare. So I would just like to, quote two specific solutions, which I think, could be quite critical for the citizens. So one is definitely from from the healthcare point of view, which is primarily, during the golden hours, let's say, and I'm talking about a sort of connected ambulance story, right? So what happens normally, during the golden hours, the patient health conditions are not being monitored on real time by the doctors, right? So this becomes very critical, because the last 1 hour, there is a complete disconnect, and the doctor is not able to actually understand what is happening, and he is not able to diagnose specifically. So to come out for this, I think 5G is having a very, very specific role, because the seamless connectivity, the video call facility on the go is the solution what is needed here. So what I actually want to point out here is so we can always work out for the solution, right, wherein the patient who is there in the ambulance should be directly connected with a local doctor on the go, and his health parameters during the last hour should be continuously monitored by the doctor, and he should be able to actually give a proper medication and suggestions to the attendant who is there, so that the life of that patient can the possibility of life saving increases. So this is one of the very specific use case which I see from the 5G point of view. Then the second one is definitely, as our Mr. Johar has said, we are talking about physical security, right? So there are lots of rural areas where we don't have connectivity, and even if we have connectivity, we have a broadband connectivity of, let's say, 1 Mbps, 2 Mbps and all. So, and especially when we talk about the power plants and all, wherein the security becomes a real concern, right? So there probably, let's say, if I talk about NHPC kind of projects, wherein their substations are quite high, quite distance from the specific units where the power production is being done. So to do a proper security over there, we don't have either the connectivity, or we cannot lay a fiber across the areas, right? So for that, those kind of regions, the 5G is going to be a boon. I think it is actually we can have the security cameras with AI, applied AI over there, and the complete surveillance can be done. So for all the remote areas specifically, this connectivity is actually going to add lots of values from the security point of view.
Yeah, enhanced connectivity, smart infrastructure really is the key, right? So Ashish, you want to share some thoughts from your perspective about 5G and IoT?
So just to add to what Mitlesh and Rakesh have already spoken, 5G ultimately is going to solve 2-3 problems besides the technological aspects which they spoke about. If we see a city today, there are at least 8 to 10 communication technologies which are there. So there is a NB-IoT, there is a Wi-Fi, there is the fiber which is laid by a city, so city fiber. There are MPLS networks which are taken from service providers. There is 2G, 3G, 4G. There is LoRa. So there are so many technologies which are there, and each one of that has its own role. Now 5G has a combination of these. So from 6 or 7 technologies, we can cut down to 2 technologies or 3 technologies max, depending on what is required, because 3 slices can be given by 5G itself. So broadband, so you can cut down on fiber. You don't need additional fiber to be laid. Whatever is there, that can be utilized, of course. There is a narrowband slice, and there is a high reliability slice. Second thing, cities need to move from smart cities to cognitive cities. Now, when we are talking about cognitive, means it is about processing on edge, decision making automated, and as close to the data source as possible, or as close to the action point as possible. Now with other technologies as Edge AI, enhanced edge cloud and all those things, if we combine IoT and 5G with these technologies, we can get a cognitive city a reality, which clearly means that we can have manless operation over a period. It may not happen overnight, but it can happen over a period. And third and last one is it can cut down on capex. You don't have to invest heavily on city fiber laying for getting more sensors, getting more cameras and all that.
Point, very important point. And one of the things that I want to just put up thoughts for every one of you, right? When we are talking about IoT and sensors, I think you would have heard, a lot of information like billions of IoT and sensor devices are going to be by 2025. I think everybody is very aware. One other thing, and since I'm coming from an AI and IoT background, I want to just share that, right? Around 70% of these IoT devices are not being able to run the AI models, the artificial intelligence models that we have, right? So in order to make them really self-sustain, right? What we actually have it out is because they would not want to, handle it, right? Because they have a very tiny places, right? The way they can be handled it out is, now, the companies, some of the hardware companies like Qualcomm and other stuff are actually coming up with what we call as AI accelerators, right? And that is something that they are trying to chip in on these sensors to make it run more, cognitive, because Ashish really pointed about making a cognitive cities. So I think those accelerators are going to be very pivotal. Now let's go start talking about, when we start talking about data models and all of those, I think data, we always say is an oil for an organization, right? I think the question to Rajesh ji is that, how can, and we are also seeing a lot of data-driven platforms adoptions from the smart cities perspective, right? So question to you, Rajesh ji, right? How can you special technologies can make it more, create a more livable city from that perspective? Can you share your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. Well, as you know, cities have a very vibrant ecosystem which generates probably terabytes of data every day. The challenge is how do you capture the data, store it, manage it, and extract knowledge out of it. And this is where GIS is one of the technologies which has the ability to integrate data coming from multiple sources and help you in visualizing it on a map, study trends and patterns leading to informed decision making. For instance, you may have pollution data being captured by sensor devices located in different parts of the city. What do you do with the data? You capture it, you view it on a map, you see where is it concentrated, how is the dispersion, what is the profile of the area, the land use pattern, what communities are at risk, therefore, depending on the wind direction and all. And based on that, take corrective action. Also identify what are the causes of this pollution, the industry and so on and so forth. Second example is during the COVID time, it was mentioned in the morning session that ICCC, Integrated Command and Control Center set up by all the smart cities, many of them became war zones overnight. And they gave the administrators the ability to monitor the situation on the ground in real time on the digital wall with map in the background. So they could monitor the spread of the disease, which helped in locating containment zones, quarantine areas, view it against the hospital location nearby and their capacity, bed capacity and so on and so forth. Also see maybe time series maps to see the trends and patterns in terms of impact of the decision taking, how is the disease spread coming down in certain areas after it became containment zone, etc., leading to corrective action. Again, example of GIS integrating a lot of data coming from different sources and helping you in decision making. Last but not the least, there was a discussion by Ms. Bandyopadhyay earlier about master plan creation. See, today, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is insisting that all the cities make GIS-ready master plan. What does really mean? What it means is it's based on socioeconomic data, demographic data, and the land use pattern of each location. and build a plan which then can be the foundation for a lot of other systems that will be built around it. Infrastructure, road network, communication facilities, power distribution, healthcare facilities, schooling, education, mobility in the works. So the GSRD master plan becomes the basis for all those decisions, which will ultimately lead to quality of life of the city being affected. Thank you.
Well pointed, right? So let's start talking. Since we talked about technologies, we need to really see some sort of proven examples for each of these technologies, right? So my question to Mr. Johar, right, in terms of technologies, can you just share some of the successful implementation or any of the initiatives that that have been taken to address any urban challenges, for example, to create more level, and maybe if there are certain lessons that have been learned out of it, right? So if you can just share some thought process from that perspective, if they have an examples you want to share from your side.
See, those examples have already shared. That was the major one for the crime control. Similarly, onto the investigation sites and all. If you come across in major smart cities, the issue initially was that whenever we were implementing some smart cities, the major things were coming coming from other countries like and all. The working area and the atmosphere in India was entirely different. I just give you an example because when we work out an ANPR, which is automatic number plate reading cameras, reading the number plate. Now, when you basically put it onto an AI thing, you can't read the plate because the plates are not standardized there. You have different kind of plates. It took us 6 months to reach up to that stage that we could challan a person with automatic number plate reading by putting up so many models differently into it. So the major thing is the customization as per the Indian conditions and as per the security concerns of that particular area. The security concerns may be different in each state, in each city, in each area, in fact, within city in each area. Here, like in if we combine our sensor, which are cameras, with your artificial intelligence and IoT, if we combine that together, and if we take that, say in a safe city environment or in a smart city environment, we need to have an alert based on to that intrusion detection, based on to that left object or some basically what you call it, even the gunshots. If there is some gunshot, then police get the alerts. So those kind of data or those kind of alerts when you are getting on, and how are you responding it well within time, that is where your execution comes into the play. And that execution comes in that what kind of customization expertise. So like I am sure now in India, there are companies who have invested a lot of money into the R&D to reach to that stage that we can work out those customization and we can deliver what India needs now. Thank you.
Well pointed. I think from that perspective, digital citizen services is one of the classic example to get started with the, utilizing these technologies. Another example that I can think of is to create a smart energy efficient energy grids, for example. Third can be, intelligent transportation systems, right? That can be there, right? Rakesh, if you want to share some thoughts, if there are certain initiatives that comes to your mind, or maybe some of the lessons that they've learned, right? For example, I shared the lessons about, IoT, right? When we started deploying the AI model, realized that, 80% of them were not there, right? So those are the lessons that are learned to make sure that happens. From your perspective, if you want to share some sort of lessons.
Yeah, sure. So I think everybody briefed about, I feel that smart cities, they have this digital intelligence. They are providing digital intelligence for the, urban infrastructure which we have got today. So if that is the case, then there are various sectors which we have just mentioned that, whether it is for security, as Mr. Johar mentioned, or whether it is health, education, energy management, water management, waste management, digital citizen services. So there are plethora of things which are already there. What I feel is that, if we can look into the smart cities with respect to, how do we plan ahead? Because that is where we are looking at, how do we progress further? Somebody in the morning said that, it took 80 years for London to do something. Yes, it takes a lot of time for us also to, develop and do something like that. But definitely, if, we can engage our citizens, our government, everybody together and, develop some kind of solutions which are better for us, which are more livable and, deliver good quality of life.
Midlesh, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Nishit. So as an L&T, we have executed more than 28 smart cities, and most of the smart cities what we have executed is currently into operations. I would say more than 80% of that. And I would just take example of any one of them, maybe Nagpur. At Nagpur, when we started the project, the problem statements were quite of different kind. For example, there were problems from the traffic point of view. There were problems from physical security point of view. There were problems from sustainability, specifically, from energy point of view and energy management point of view. So yes, from the smart cities, what as an MSI we have done is we have understood the problems. We have stitched the solution end to end. What exactly will be required? Definitely, we have the customer consultant working along with us in framing the same, and then we have actually provided the specific outcomes to them. For example, there were the crime rates on those areas. For example, chain snatching in some of the regions of Nagpur was very, very high, right? So how to solve that? So physical security along with video analytics use cases, as Mr. Johar was also pointing out, this became a very, very specific method for us to find out. And today also, if we see, we are actually helping police department a lot. I mean, nowadays, I mean, every month we see some 10 to 12 video footage requirements are coming it to us, in terms of investigations and all. Going back to the from the energy management point of view, so how to make the street lights smart, because most of the street lights, because it was not automated, there were some resources who used to go and switch on and switch off the light in the morning and the night, right? So how to make it smart? So we have put up some solutions for that, and now we have seen some significant amount of energy conservation because of that. So these are some of the areas probably where we have implemented the solutions, and we are taking a good outcomes from all these investments. And in fact, government is also appreciating that. Thanks.
So we are at the last hours of the stuff. Like my last question to Mr. Rajesh, right? Especially from the GIS background, right? And I think I'll also open it out to the floor to every one of you if you want to share. From smart cities is as efficient as our thought processes, right? When we thought of creating some sort of solution, we probably provide some sort of stuff, right? For any smart city to be really, come up and give quantified, measurable outcomes, there needs to be a collaboration between the business, community, as well as, the stakeholders, right? From the government perspective, right? There are certain policies that have came out from the government perspective as well. But, but collaboration is going to be the key, right? So, let me start with you, Rajesh, right? From the GIS perspective, there was a policy, if I remember, GIS 2022 policy that
NGP,
So if you want to share that, how can that make collaboration more easier? And then I'll also, request other panelists to share their thoughts as well.
I think it's a very relevant question, and it was one of the biggest challenges that we faced when we were implementing GIS in many cities, even before the smart city project was launched, earlier working with some other cities. All the departments were working in silos. Many of them had adopted GIS, invested in data creation, built application, and they were running their own processes, water distribution, property tax, transport, or whatever. There was no sharing of data. As a result, the cost of implementing GIS for another department was very high because they had to recreate the same data which was already available. And with GIS, we could create an enterprise GIS platform which stores and manages data available with all the departments, base maps, feature layers, which are departmental layers and all that. Earlier, there was lack of policy from the government side which mandated it or which made all the departments share the data. But last year, December, government announced what they call National Geospatial Policy 2022, which mandated that all those who have geospatial data, maps and imaging and others, share it with others, which made the collaboration feasible. Departments had to share their data and make it available as a single source of truth for all those who can benefit from it. Some cities went beyond that, and I'll quickly touch upon one very interesting case study, which is from Varanasi, where they created a project called Kashi Geo Hub. Earlier, they were sharing the data on around a GIS platform with other departments. They exposed a lot of this data to public at large. So even outside world could access it and consume it as a service. For instance, if there's a startup which want to create an application either for use by citizens on a mobile phone, for instance, or by any department, they could access the data, run their application and make it available through open APIs on the same platform. Or students who are pursuing a course in geospatial could do their project using real data coming from the city. I think it's been a very successful initiative and all kinds of people are using it, individuals, NGOs, citizens, academia, and so on.
Any panelists want to share some thoughts? Yeah.
So I'll just like to add on that because when we talk about collaboration and using data effectively across, there are various silos which creates problem, and that starts from technology silos. So different technologies, different systems with their own databases, and those databases may not be integrated. There are system silos like security and surveillance handled by Department of Home Affairs, and then something managed by utilities like power, then water is managed by municipal corporation, and they have their own technology initiatives, their own silos created. And then finally the process issues which further adds to. Breaking those silos and ensuring that there is a collaboration at each level. So there has to be a common data lake so that we break those technology silos. There has to be a seamless integration across systems with, of course, the selective data sharing. It may not be required to have all the data with everyone, but interpretation of that data, the AI analytics part of that data has to be made available for all necessary consumers within city, within state, and then across states, across the country. And that is when this whole benefit of one data to take decision on the other side, like last panel was talking about, that traffic data should be used to take a decision on what kind of project can be approved on which place in the city, like hotels, like malls. So that is feasible only if we have this whole collaboration in place.
Perfect. Anyone else who want to share thoughts? Yeah.
Just on to the data security point I'm saying on as far as cameras are concerned. See, the data are shared on on-web basis. All cameras are on-web verified, and see, one make of camera can communicate with other make of cameras, and vice versa, and different kind of analytics can work on it. As far as data security are concerned, that was a big concern as for the cameras because like you are the eye at some place, and there could be security hazard for that. So for that, I just want to inform the firm that Mighty has come out with a very good security measure on this, and they are at the final stages of designing a security security policy, which is OS based, that every camera has to pass through that so that there is no pilferage of the security.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience, right? I would be very happy to answer. I think we'll start it from the starting. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, yeah. That's already on their back now.
This one is not very convenient, but I'll go ahead in any case. So we started the day by what opportunities Indian business and industry gets out of this smart city program. So my question is that with so much happening now, is there a case for local manufacture of sensors, for example, because so many sensors are going to be used, or Wi-Fi enablement of cities, or any other thing which you see as an opportunity? Of course, there was also a proposal that we can, whatever we gain experience here, can be successfully used in Africa, for example, what was mentioned, which is a definite export opportunity. But what are the business opportunities which come out of this so-called data explosion, 5G, and lot more smartness built into our cities?
Look, so manufacturing, which is the first point you have, definitely there is enormous opportunity for not just local manufacturing, but make in India, which can be taken to various countries across the globe. And why is it so? Because there is a convergence of technology which is happening, and most of the existing manufacturers are going slow on this technology advancements, especially with 5G coming in. While there are IoT sensors for various functions, but 5G enabled IoT sensor is an issue. That itself is a big opportunity to do the right marriage, and that's what India can contribute very well. There are communication modules, there are the base modules. How do we enable that? And that's something which next 2 years is going to flood the market.
See, from my perspective, right, and I think there will be a lot of new companies and ecosystems that are going to create it, right? And the way it needs to come out is it needs to be the V economy, right? It needs to be a collaborative. There's not should be now one person will be there. There's a lot of technology adoption which is happening, but then the business models needs to evolve over a period of time, because these technologies needs to be settled, needs to be scalable. But yeah, as there are going to be enormous business opportunities for almost all the sectors that you can really impact, right? Not just one, right? We spoke about telecom as an example. We spoke about healthcare as an example. We spoke about energy efficiency as an example. But there can be many, and and there can be many more stuff as such. And I just want to share, right? I know there are a lot of questions at the background. I want to just, in lieu of the time, I want to just close this stuff. We will be there for the next 15-20 minutes over there. If you have any questions that you want to answer, there will be a break. I will be answering all the questions, and panelists will be also over there to answer that. I think that would something that I would really appreciate, because in lieu of time, we are already ahead of time right now, just I looked out at. Make sense? Right?
Yeah, Nishit, may I just add on to what sir's question is on to the opportunity side, sir. Sir, the smart city concept, when it started from the government side. It gave an impact onto the personal life also. So the kind of awareness went into the citizen, have given enormous opportunities to the industry, to every industry. I give my live example. We had a factory which was producing 1 million camera in a year. We were bound to make a factory which is now started, which is India's largest and world's third largest factories producing surveillance camera in India, which is making 3 million cameras in a month, and the expansion capacity of 6 million. So there are business, there are opportunities. That is why these expansions are happening in India for Make in India, sir.
But thank you so much, for every one of you. Thank you so much for all the panelists to being part of it. Every one of them have shared the technology aspects. I hope that is an enriching experience for all you have. We are also sitting in the next for 15 odd minutes. If you have any still question one-to-one, please feel free to ask it out, right? And that would be something that would really appreciate. But thank you so much all the panelists for being part of it. Really appreciate. And thanks Vicky for organizing this session. Appreciate it.
Our thanks to the esteemed moderator and the panelists of this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, That brings the curtains down on the 6th edition of FICCI Smart Cities Summit and this morning's 4th FICCI Smart Urban Innovation Awards presentation ceremony. Before you all leave, may I request you all the award nominees, please kindly collect your certificate of participation from the registration desk. Once again, all the award nominees, please kindly collect your certificate of participation from the registration desk, which is outside. Please join us for high tea, which is being served outside, and have a very pleasant evening ahead. Once again, thank you all for joining us here and making it a big success of the 6th edition of FICCI Smart Cities Summit. Thank you, and until the next time, see you all.